9 gods with mid-god divine embryos had joined forces. Beg me this time. I'll take 5 Dao realm pieces from each of you. The Maoshan immortal ancestor had his hands clasped behind his back and was all ears. However, the expected voice didn't arrive. Instead, a rumbling sound rang out in the sky. Formless ripples spread out like ripples, because someone had already made a move on the grand mist aura. This person was precisely pure made in white water. She didn't seem to have released her divine energy, but with a light pat of her palm, the originally transparent sky clearly changed. There were some changes. Obviously, this was an attack formed by his innate talent. This time, the Maoshan immortal ancestor felt like he had been slapped on the right side of his face. If these newcomers were lucky to be able to see the primordial aura, then being able to attack the primordial aura was no fluke at all. Could it be that there was a primordial god among these newcomers? What's the use of that? Don't think that you can open the Dao realm just because you have a divine embryo of a mid-god. You're not primordial gods, and you've just entered the Dao realm. How strong and talented can you be? I don't believe that you have 10 mid-gods. The Maoshan immortal ancestor roared angrily out of humiliation. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him from the beginning to the end. Damn these newcomers! Are they trying to make us happy for nothing? The primordial gods in the dense forest were also furious. However, they also didn't believe that there were 10 mid-gods among the newcomers. Gods of such strength usually only appeared in the Chaos realm and the Dao realm. No matter where these newcomers came from, having a mid-god was already very impressive. Boom! At this moment, the ripples in the sky appeared again. The primordial aura was shaking. That was because another powerhouse had made a move. It was treasure god Namwufinyu. Although he wasn't a mid-god, he had a mid-god divine embryo. So they're using another method. They're using 9 mid-god divine embryos to open the primordial aura. The primordial gods in the dense forest came to a realization, but they also became even angrier. One had to know that the Dao realm had an unwritten path. Most newcomers relied on the help of primordial gods in the Dao realm. However, there was an exception this time. They couldn't get the Dao realm fragment, and it was as if they were being toyed with. In your dreams, aside from the Chaos realm and the Dao realm, there are very few mid-god divine embryos in the other universes. I don't believe that you have 9 mid-god divine embryos. The Maoshan immortal ancestor was so angry that he lost his mind. He kept investigating the newcomers, and could vaguely sense that there weren't many people with mid-god divine embryos. That meant that the newcomers were going to fail in the end. More primordial gods in the dense forest used their abilities to investigate, and they came to the same conclusion as the Maoshan immortal ancestor. A bunch of clowns. They chose to fight us head-on, because they didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of us primordial gods. But they ended up even more humiliated. The 7 fairy-like girls next to an ancient tree sneered. The way I see it, they don't have more than 5 mid-god divine embryos, said a 16-year-old girl with great confidence. 1,000,000 years ago, they'd been teased by primordial gods as newcomers. They'd long suppressed their anger, but when they wanted to vent, others wouldn't let them. Boom! At this moment, someone else attacked from the sky. It was Qilin. Next was Holy Union. They were also the strongest existences in Lei Gong's Great Hall. Even Emperor Zhangong and the others were slightly weaker than them. However, after Qilin, the only mid-god divine embryo left was Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling. Qilin looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. After activating the realm-devouring beast's talent, he suddenly slammed his palm in front of him. Invisible ripples bloomed again, and this time, it spread thousands of miles away. So powerful, many people in the dense forest narrowed their eyes, but soon their faces were filled with anticipation. Who else would be next? Who else? The Maoshan immortal ancestor roared. There were only 5 of them now. They were daydreaming if they wanted to open the Tao realm. Boom! However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ling slammed out another palm in the sky. This time, he used the Wraith Hell body talent. Chapter 4568. 2 mid-god divine embryos. The primordial gods in the forest felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The Maoshan immortal ancestor no longer felt like he had been slapped twice, but more like a dozen times. Boom! At this moment, Lin Ling activated his talent again. This was the Wind Dragon talent. This time, the 7th God-tier divine embryo was revealed. Lin Ling didn't stop there. His right hand turned into the Heavenly Dragon innate gift and slammed down again. The 8th mid-god innate gift. 4 mid-god innate gifts. The primordial gods in the forest were shocked again and again. They didn't understand where this newcomer had come from. How could he have 4 mid-god divine embryos? In fact, apart from pure maiden Bai, even treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others were shocked. They remembered that Lin Ling didn't have that many mid-god divine embryos before he went to the godland. Just one more. He must fail, he must fail. The Maoshan immortal ancestor was more nervous than ever. If Lin Ling succeeded, he would be greatly humiliated. One person can't have 5 mid-god divine embryos. From what I remember, there wasn't one in the primordial era, the era of gods, or even the chaos realm. There's no way such a freak exists. The Maoshan immortal ancestor shook his head. There was still hope in his heart. The primordial gods in the forest were silent. They felt like they had seen a ghost today. However, they had the same thought as the Maoshan immortal ancestor. One person couldn't have 5 mid-god divine embryos. After all, such a god would be incomparably terrifying in the future. Boom! But at this moment, the final straw that crushed their hearts appeared. Lin Ling, the 5th divine embryo, this was the Luai's true body. This kid. Even treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others were shocked. 5 divine embryos. What a monster! Lord Lin Ling is truly amazing, said Shen Guiyi excitedly. Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. Just like what the great overlord of the chaos world had said. After the 9 god embryos appeared, a 5-colored light appeared in the sky. The Grand Mist aura was completely revealed. If one looked closely, they would see that the Grand Mist aura covered the entire sky. It was boundless and mysterious. However, under Lin Ling's body a gap appeared. It was more than 10 meters wide, and it was recovering at a very slow speed. My lord, it worked. Everyone in Lei Gong's hall cheered when they saw the gap in the primordial aura. After so much effort, they could finally enter the Dao realm. Lord Lin Ling is the best. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, and the adoration in their eyes became even more intense. Let's go. Lin Ling smiled faintly and led the group to the Dao realm. He glanced at the Maoshan immortal ancestor as he passed by. Lin Ling had already seen through the Maoshan immortal ancestor's strength. He was one of the strongest lesser gods, but unfortunately he was not a mid-god. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Although the Dao realm had accumulated a large number of ancient great gods, not everyone had reached the intermediate celestial realm due to the length of time they had cultivated. Of course, stepping into the intermediate celestial realm was only a matter of time for those in the Dao realm. Ignoring the Maoshan immortal ancestor, Lin Ling led the group to the island. The Maoshan immortal ancestor stood silently in the sky, his face dark and his body trembling. The newcomers had ignored him again. Moreover, they had successfully entered the Dao realm right before his eyes. That was a great humiliation. It was the first time the Maoshan immortal ancestor had been so humiliated since he became a primordial god. Under the dense forest, the ancient gods had ugly expressions because no matter where they were, there was always an unwritten rule that the newcomers had to respect the seniors. But now, they had all been disregarded. Are they doing this on purpose? Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. Although we're not the strongest among the Dao realm, we're still the inheritors of primordial gods. We'll definitely return to godhood in the future. These people are going too far by not giving us face. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from under the ancient tree. She seemed to be chuckling, but there was a hint of discord in her voice, which made the primordial god's expressions even uglier. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to them at all, and brought everyone down. At the same time, the primordial aura in the sky shot out rays of light, and landed between everyone's eyebrows, then disappeared. Dao antecedents. At that moment, everyone's eyes lit up in Lei Gong's great hall. They vaguely felt something extra in their hearts. Then they opened their palms, and a colorful fragment appeared in their palms. The irregular shape of the fragment was none other than a Tao realm fragment. The Tao realm fragment seemed to be formed from primordial aura. According to the records of Tao antecedents, Tao realm fragments could be exchanged with primordial gods for treasures, and were extremely important. We were almost fooled. Everyone summoned their Tao antecedents and looked at the white jade slip with a sudden realization. Previously, the Maoshan immortal ancestor had told them that Tao realm fragments were useless, and they almost had to hand over their Tao realm fragments. Now, they all knew that Tao realm fragments were actually the key to growth in the Tao realm. Lin Ling also carefully looked at the white jade slip in his hand. Then, he realized that it seemed to be the help of this jade slip in order to leave the Tao realm. At the same time, there were a lot of treasures to exchange in the Tao antecedents. That also meant that as long as he had Tao realm fragments, Lin Ling's strength could also increase. One had to know that in the void of the 9 states, due to the limited resources, it was thousands of times more difficult for Lin Ling to break through to the next realm. It could even be said that it was impossible unless he was lucky. Now that he was in the Tao realm, everything was possible. Are you all deliberately messing with me? At that moment, a cold voice interrupted everyone's investigation. They saw the Maoshan immortal ancestor walking down step by step. The peachwood sword at his waist danced, and wisps of terrifying divine power spread out, forming a peach blossom cloud around his body. Seeing that, everyone looked up with anger in their eyes. The Maoshan immortal ancestor had almost fooled them, and now he had the nerve to be angry? What do you want? Lin Ling put away his Tao antecedents and looked coldly at the Maoshan immortal ancestor. We'll bet 10 Tao realm fragments. You and I will fight, and the winner will take them away. Do you dare? The Maoshan immortal ancestor stopped in his tracks and glared at Lin Ling with resentment. Lin Ling had made him lose all face, and even caused him to lose a huge amount of Tao realm fragments. He was unable to swallow this insult. Maoshan immortal ancestor, if you want to fight, I'll fight you. Chapter 4569. The Maoshan immortal ancestor snorted coldly. While he was no match for plain maiden Bai, the primordial gods on the island would side with him. If a fight broke out, plain maiden Bai might not have the upper hand. The Maoshan immortal ancestor is so quick to issue a challenge to a newcomer. That young man may have 5 divine embryos, but that only means that he has extraordinary potential in the future. He's no match for the Maoshan immortal ancestor now. The group of ancient gods slowly walked out of the forest. They didn't seem to be afraid of pure Maiden White. After all, she was just a common god. They had seen plenty of Tao realm experts, and had even seen a common god fly past the island not long ago. Moreover, they were reincarnations of primordial gods. They were all middle gods back then, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Alright, I agree to fight you. However, I don't have that many Tao realm fragments right now. At this moment, Lin Ling also nodded in agreement. He had long found this swindler an eyesore. However, this was his first time here, and he wanted to familiarize himself with the Tao realm. Since this swindler wanted to court death, he would fulfill his wish. Don't worry. As long as you agree
Mao
to
Mountain
fight
was
me,
originally a place
those
of Tao
fragments
realm
will be
magic,
automatically
as
sent
the
to me
immortal
when you
ancestor
get
of
them
Mao
in the
Mountain.
future.
The
The
power he
Maoshan
was
immortal
adept at could
ancestor
counter
licked
the
his
Tao of
lips.
void demons
He did
and
not
devils.
expect the young man
His
to be
speed was
so
incomparably
impulsive
fast.
as to agree to the
In
challenge.
the blink of an eye,
I see.
he erupted with
Lin
the
Ling's
speed of a
eyes
million
flashed.
worlds and
He
slashed
guessed that
towards
unless
Lin
the owner
Ling.
of the Tao
Clang.
realm fragment
The
agreed
large
to
sword
the
in Lin
challenge,
Ling's hand
no one
slashed
else
out.
would be able to
After
snatch
clashing
it.
with the peachwood
Moreover,
sword,
after
a
agreeing
deafening
to the
sound rang
challenge,
out.
the Tao
God's
realm
God
cultivator
power.
would have
Lin
the
Ling
power
was
to
shocked,
control the
as
fragments,
expected of a
and the winner
primordial
would
god.
get to keep them.
His sword was so
You
powerful.
may have 5 divine
However,
embryos,
Lin Ling
but you're
also
underestimating
unleashed
his
his
primordial
strength.
gods.
After
I
fusing
don't
with
believe that you've
30,000 gods
cultivated
god
all
power,
5 divine
he
embryos.
easily blocked the
If you
Maoshan
don't, you're
immortal
just a sword
ancestor's
without
sword
sword techniques.
Lose.
The Maoshan immortal ancestor slowly drew the
You're not
peachwood
enough.
sword at his waist.
Lin Ling's 7
An
dancing
ancient aura
surge with
quietly
divine
spread out
origin.
from the sword.
The 2 swords
Tao.
clashed
That was
violently.
the aura of
The
Taoism.
terrifying power
Perhaps
caused the
to you
entire
all,
island to
those
tremble
who have entered
slightly.
the Tao realm
Countless
are primordial
giant crocodiles
gods.
rushed
But
out
to
of the
me,
yellow ancient
only
river
middle
in the
gods
distance,
are considered
roaring
primordial
loudly.
gods.
Of course,
Lin
for
Ling
some
also drew
reason,
the tyrant
those
song.
ancient giant
The blood-red
crocodiles
great
did
sword
not
was
land
filled
on the
with
island.
murderous intent.
Clang.
What
Clang.
an arrogant kid.
Clang.
Lin
The
Ling's words
ear-piercing
clearly
sound
offended
continued
many
to be
ancient
heard.
great gods.
The 2 swords
Although
separated
many of
as
them
soon
had
as
not
they came
reached
into
the strength
contact,
of an intermediate
and then
celestial.
clashed again.
They were
First
all
part.
reincarnations
Lin Ling
of
could
ancient
sense
great
that the
gods.
Maoshan immortal
They were
ancestor
also
was getting
intermediate
stronger
celestials
as the
in their
battle
previous
went on.
lives.
He was also
When had
using
they ever
part of
been
his
looked down
strength.
upon like this?
He was now certain that
I'll
the
show you what a
Maoshan immortal
primordial god
ancestor
is.
was very powerful.
The Maoshan immortal
He was
ancestor
even more
roared and
powerful
swung
than the
his
Ox
sword,
Demon Patriarch.
scattering the peach
That was
blossoms.
because the Ox
Upon
Demon
closer
Patriarch
inspection,
was not strong
the
enough
peach
to force
blossoms
him
were formed
to
from
use the
paper
first part of
talismans
his innate
and
talent
possessed
fusion.
the power to
The
ward off
Maoshan
evil
immortal
spirits.
ancestor was powerful because of his god power.
As for the steps of the gods, he was not sure if he had them. After the first part of the fusion, Lin Ling's strength increased greatly, and he began to suppress the Maoshan immortal ancestor. He did not use any martial arts. He was just relying on the purest of strength. That was Lin Ling's proudest asset. What did this guy use? Why did his speed, God's god power, and defense all increase? Many primordial gods frowned as they stared at Lin Ling. They couldn't understand. Lin Ling was a god who had come to the Tao realm for the first time, which meant that he hadn't cultivated for a long time. Moreover, he had 5 divine embryos, so how could he have had the time to cultivate? Disregarding everything else, just the cultivation resources alone were difficult to find. God Dukong. At this time, the Maoshan immortal ancestor's strength increased again. A pair of white wings appeared behind him, and with a slight flap of his wings, countless talismans were scattered. The peachwood sword in his hand also became dazzling at this moment. His god power had increased to 200,000 god power. Second part. Suapaku. Lin Ling also activated the second part of the fusion. His speed reached 1.5 million realms, his god power increased to 50,000, and his god power increased to 50,000. Coupled with the divine embryos, he once again suppressed the Maoshan immortal ancestor. Of course, the most terrifying thing for the Maoshan immortal ancestor was that sword. Steps of the slaughter. In his eyes, a roaring sea of blood roared. The entire horizon had turned blood red, and within it, a sword slashed across the sky. Lin Ling's second part of the fusion made the Maoshan immortal ancestor realize that the young man was more terrifying than he imagined. Although he had 5 divine embryos, they did not slow down his cultivation progress at all. He was still domineering in all major areas. But now that the steps of the slaughter had appeared, he knew that he was going to lose. He had 1 type of mid-god divine embryo, while Lin Ling had 5 types. He was naturally weaker than Lin Ling. Even though his divinity force was strong, Lin Ling's 7 dantians and terrifying physical strength made it so that not only did Lin Ling's foundation not fear his divinity force, it even suppressed him. Coupled with Lin Ling's 7 talents, the Maoshan immortal ancestor's secret negative influence did not affect Lin Ling at all. Whoosh! Under everyone's shocked eyes, the sea of blood surging from the horizon drowned the Maoshan immortal ancestor, trying to kill him. The demon-slaying sword was never spared. However, at the critical moment, a 5-colored light gushed out of the Maoshan immortal ancestor's body, enveloping him and shooting into the sky. I'll remember you. The Maoshan immortal ancestor stared at Lin Ling coldly, while being enveloped by that power. His expression was full of ferocity. The Maoshan immortal ancestor died once. The primordial gods around them muttered. They naturally knew what happened. The Taoist realm had sensed that the Maoshan immortal ancestor was about to die, so they protected him and sent him to the Taoist realm. In that case, the Maoshan immortal ancestor had wasted a chance. Most primordial gods only had 3 chances. Chapter 4570. The Maoshan immortal ancestor is truly a disgrace. Next to the ancient tree, 7 beautiful women were full of disdain for the Maoshan immortal ancestor. For better or worse, the Maoshan immortal ancestor from the age of gods was someone who had been bestowed a divine position. He was also worshipped by the common people and was omnipotent in subduing demons and devils. But now, he was defeated by a newcomer, throwing away their primordial god. Shame. After the mockery, they stared at Lin Ling, curious about this newcomer's background. Generally speaking, those who could enter the Tao realm definitely had a great background. Could this newcomer be a great god from the primordial era? One had to know that in the Tao realm, the primordial gods were divided into the Age of Gods and the primordial era. The primordial era was similar to the primordial era, but in fact it was before the primordial era, a period after the primordial era. These primordial gods could be considered the first batch of gods after the creation of the world. In fact, even treasure god Nanwufengyu and the others were surprised because they could see that the Maoshan immortal ancestor was stronger than the bull devil patriarch. They thought that Lin Ling would go all out, but it was clear that Lin Ling won easily. This guy's strength has probably surpassed mine. Treasure god Nanwufengyu sighed. In the past, Lin Ling fainted in the 9 provinces' 7 forbidden grounds. It was treasure god Nanwufengyu's granddaughter Xiaoyu who saved Lin Ling. At that time, treasure god Nanwufengyu didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. However, later on, Lin Ling protected Xiaoyu with his life, which moved treasure god Nanwufengyu. Later on, Lin Ling obtained the divine embryo of his close friend, Luai's, which made treasure god Nanwufengyu consider Lin Ling as one of his own. And now, this junior from back then had become a god, and was completely above his head. Treasure god Nanwufengyu was deeply gratified by this. Among everyone, only Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this result. In fact, when he came out of the divine mountain, he was already a tyrant among the lower gods. After the trip to the shattered divine soil, he continuously increased the talents of his 3 divine embryos, and his strength reached a heaven-defying level. Apart from mid-gods, he didn't fear any experts. Moreover, he hadn't unleashed his full strength yet, because he had a feeling that it wasn't the right time yet. Next, Lin Ling checked the celestial return of Tao tablet, and found that there were 11 Tao realm fragments inside. The extra 10 obviously came from the Maoshan immortal ancestor. It seems like Tao realm has brought the fragment to me. Lin Ling discovered that the Tao realm seemed to be ownerless, but everything here was governed by the laws. Everything here was governed by the laws. If I challenge you, I'll still give you 10 Tao realm shards. Do you dare? At this moment a voice rang out. Under the ancient tree, one of the 7 beautiful women had spoken. This woman wore a long pink dress and looked very enchanting. In terms of looks and aura, she was one of the best. Compared to Yu and the others, she was on par with White Water Pure Woman. However, the 2 of them belonged to 2 different types of women. After all, they were the reincarnations of ancient gods. That kind of aura was definitely not something ordinary flowers could compare to. What a seductive woman! Yu and the others looked unhappy as they stared at the woman. For some reason, they felt that the woman seemed to be seducing Lin Ling. Hee, do you dare? That was indeed the case. The woman's voice was like a silver bell. Her limpid eyes were looking at Lin Ling, exuding a seductive aura. Sure. However, although Lin Ling was not an ancient god, he was also very experienced, and was not tempted at all. His eyes did not even change from the beginning to the end. What a firm martial arts heart. The woman was slightly surprised. If Lin Ling was an ancient god, it would be reasonable for him to not be tempted by her. However, Lin Ling's background did not seem to be famous. I will defeat you. The woman floated out. She looked enchanting, but a pink broadsword appeared in her hand. As she waved it, a pink haze filled the air. It was unexpected that this delicate woman was a goddess who used a broadsword. Moreover, that broadsword was probably a rare treasure. It was definitely a wanton treasure. Pink killing broadsword. Looks like the Peach Mansion 7 stars. Do not dare to underestimate that man. The ancient gods were also staring curiously. Crimson Tower. The woman's divine essence was activated. She was also a middle-grade divine fetus, and had reached the 2nd grade. Her every movement was like a goddess. Pink haze swallowed and spat out, which could affect the battle state of gods. And with a slash of her broadsword, a pink skeleton appeared. It was the skeleton of a goddess. It flew through the haze. At one moment it was hell. It made people tremble with fear. At the next moment it was heaven. Beauties were everywhere. Unfortunately, this did not affect Lin Ling much. Lin Ling's sword was decisive. A sea of blood roared. This guy. Sensing that her divine fetus could not affect the man, the woman's expression turned ugly. The reason for this was that the man's talent was higher than hers. Since her talent could not gain an advantage, then she would have to fight head-on. Rumble. In the pink haze, a single slash cut through the divine world. It had reached the power of divinity of 250,000 worlds. Clang. Unfortunately, although Lin Ling's power of divinity was only 50,000, his other domains were too strong. Coupled with the killing steps, whether it was his aura or attack, he greatly surpassed the woman. The sword and saber continued to clash. Yu Yu Sakura and the others widened their horizons. In the end, the beauty decisively admitted defeat. What a pity. If the Peach Constellation 7 stars had 300,000 power of divinity, perhaps we could defeat him. 300,000 power of divinity is too rare. You have to know that 1 million power of divinity is already a mid-level god. 300,000 power of divinity is almost half of a mid-level god. That's right. There are very few lesser gods with 300,000 power of divinity. All the ancient great gods sighed in their hearts. Another ancient great god had been defeated. This newcomer really couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, they only had a rough guess as to why this newcomer could win. They guessed that this newcomer's talent was too high and had been fully utilized. That was why he was so strong. I'll fight you. At this time, the third ancient god appeared. Sure. If you win, the 20 Dao realm fragments I obtained earlier will all belong to you. Lin Ling nodded. You have courage. That ancient god was an old man. At this moment, he smiled with admiration. 20 Dao realm fragments, this was a huge sum. One had to know that if they did nothing, they would only get 1 Dao realm fragment every 100,000 years. If they had 20, it would take them 2 million years. The two of them did not speak anymore. They activated their divine powers and clashed crazily. Rumble. If such a battle took place in the void of the 9 prefectures, it would definitely cause the void to collapse. However, the void of the Dao realm was too strong. Therefore, it only caused some ripples. The battle between the two of them seemed to be on par. Grandpa Treasure God, do you think second brother can win? Chapter 4571. What an impressive battle. Indra couldn't help but sigh. Beside him, young Demon Lord and the others also had solemn expressions. In fact, they were also rare geniuses in the 9 states void. Unfortunately, ever since they followed Lin Ling, their radiance had been overshadowed by Lin Ling. The main reason was that Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Of course, although following Lin Ling gave them great pressure, it could also broaden their horizons. At least if they cultivated alone, they wouldn't have the chance to enter the Tao realm. The Tao realm was extremely important to them. It was related to whether they could become ancient gods. I admit defeat. After a full 2 hours, the old man took the initiative to admit defeat. This was because 60% of his divine origin had been consumed. He obviously couldn't win with the remaining 40%. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was panting as if he had reached his limit. This also made many ancient gods think that this newcomer had won by a narrow margin. If he was just a little bit stronger, he would definitely be able to defeat this newcomer. Of course, they weren't stupid. They also felt that it was a little strange. Although this newcomer had won by a narrow margin, he had unknowingly won 3 rounds. Could it be that this newcomer is still hiding his strength? If that's the case, then it's too terrifying. However, this possibility isn't high, because there aren't enough treasures to increase one's strength outside of the Tao realm. That's right. Moreover, from the looks of it, he doesn't seem to have cultivated for long. Everyone was constantly analyzing, but they couldn't see through Lin Ling. I'll fight you. If you lose, the 30 Tao realm fragments you won earlier will belong to me. How about it? At this moment, another person walked over. This person wasn't tall, but he was very burly like a block of wood. Moreover, he wore earthy brown armor and looked majestic. The Earth War God is fighting, and this guy has the nerve to fight. What's there to be embarrassed about? Although the Earth War God was a peak mid-level god back then, he's now an inheritance body, and hasn't recovered his strength at all. Moreover, he's also a low-level god, and has the qualifications to fight. Of course I know this, but he's still the war god of the ancient era. The ancient gods were shocked and discussed animatedly. The people in Lei Gong's hall stared at the short and fat armored man. Then, they heard the conversation between the ancient gods in the distance. They instantly knew that the short and fat armored man was not simple. Sure. Lin Ling looked at the man indifferently. I am a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity, one of the 5 gods of war, the Earth God of War. The armor seemed to admire Lin Ling's courage, so it revealed its origin. 5 war gods. Lin Ling was shocked. He had once read a mythical novel. The 5 war gods were incomparably powerful existences in the later stages of ancient times. Be careful, the Earth War God roared and his body trembled. His feet slammed into the ground, and he merged into it. A divine embryo of the 3rd rank. Lin Ling also sensed the terrifying aura coming at him. But at this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and then a wave of earth rushed out from under his feet, drowning Lin Ling looking at the front of the wave of earth. There were even more waves of earth coming at him. These waves of earth were mixed with an incomparably terrifying divine power. Clang! Lin Ling slashed out with all his strength, but when it landed on the wave of earth in front of him, a powerful rebound force came. Even someone as strong as Lin Ling felt pain in his hand. After his attack failed, Lin Ling immediately retreated. Rumble! As soon as he moved, the wave of earth drowned the place where he had been standing. What a powerful divine power. It's probably in the 300,000 range. Most importantly, there seems to be another power in the divine power. It's a divine staircase, and it should be of the earth element. Lin Ling, who was retreating, was shocked. The Earth War God was indeed powerful. The Earth War God's divine staircase is the stair of thick earth. He has just awakened not long ago, but he has already reached the sovereign rank. As long as he steps on the ground, the great Tao cannot be destroyed. If this goes on, the newcomer will definitely lose. He's definitely going to lose. However, he's just a newcomer, but they sent out the Earth War God. I have to say this newcomer will lose honorably. In the distance, the ancient gods had already retreated far away. At the same time, they were constantly discussing. As for Lei Gong's hall, it was the same. In their eyes, the earthen wave was incomparably terrifying. This type of earth was no longer ordinary earth. It was the divine earth of the ancient era. Pung pung pung. A figure weaved through the wave. It was Lin Ling. He would occasionally slash at the wave of earth. But the wave of earth's rebound force was even stronger than before. What a powerful divine staircase. It's getting fiercer and fiercer. Lin Ling was shocked. He decisively used the 3rd part of his innate talent fusion. His strength instantly rose. He gripped the blood sword and weaved through the earthen wave. The Earth War God's divine staircase was at the sovereign rank, and Lin Ling's divine staircase was also at the sovereign rank. So, after the 3rd part of his innate talent fusion, the previously indestructible earthen wave was pierced through. The 3rd part of his innate talent fusion was too powerful. His physical strength was 10 million worlds worth of power. His divine power was 80,000 rays. His speed had reached 1.5 million worlds worth of speed. Among them, his physical strength was the most terrifying. Defeated. The Earth War God chose a good time to attack. In the blink of an eye, he obtained 30 Tao Realm fragments. At this moment, no one noticed Lin Ling in the earthen wave. Instead, they stared at the roiling earthen sea and spoke with envy. Xiao. But at this moment, the roiling earthen wave suddenly stopped. It froze in midair. Then with a bang it scattered down like sand. The sky was filled with earthen dust. It was a shocking sight. In the roiling dust, one could vaguely see a figure standing there. It was the Earth War God, and at his neck, a large sword flashing with blood light hung there. Beside him stood a young man in a gray robe. You lost. A soft voice floated out at the same time. The Earth War God didn't move. His eyes continued to flicker, as if he never thought he would lose. Once my divine stare took form, it would be like a heaven-sealing city. Even if a god attacked, it would be able to resist for a moment or two. But you defeated me before my divine stare took form. Then the Earth War god seemed to think of something. He was shocked by Lin Ling's eyes and finally nodded helplessly. I admit defeat. 10 Dao realm fragments appeared in Lin Ling's Dao regression heavenly seat. How did he lose again? The Earth War god clearly had the upper hand. I don't know either. I saw the Earth War god's earthen wave constantly suppressing that rookie. When did that rookie come to the Earth War god's side? It looks like he has indeed hidden his strength. All the ancient gods stared at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling's aura had changed. It carried a hint of nirvanic aura. The gray robe had also changed color, making it hard for anyone to forget it with a single glance. In the blink of an eye, he obtained 40 Dao realm fragments. Chapter 4572. Who else wants to fight me? Originally, Lin Ling didn't want to pay attention to these ancient gods. However, he didn't want to miss out on the chance to obtain the Tao realm fragment by defeating them. Upon hearing this, all the ancient great gods fell silent. At first, they saw that Lin Ling was new and his strength was limited. However, Lin Ling had defeated 4 ancient gods in a row. Among them, the Earth War god was the most valuable. This made them realize that this newcomer's strength had actually surpassed many ancient gods. I've said it before. In my eyes, only mid-level gods can be considered great gods of ancient times. You are at most gods. Lin Ling saw that no one spoke. He spoke calmly, his voice full of sarcasm and disdain. The expressions of the ancient great gods turned ugly. A mere junior with a bit of strength. Wasn't he being too arrogant? We've only cultivated for a short time. If we were at our peak, would you dare to say this in front of us? How arrogant! Many ancient gods said in low voices. Although they were not as strong as Lin Ling now, they were all indomitable ancient gods in their previous lives. How could they take this lying down? I've cultivated for a shorter time than you, right? However, Lin Ling retorted, leaving the ancient gods speechless. This newcomer had just reached the Tao realm. Naturally, his cultivation time was much shorter than theirs. If you dare, then you dare. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Lin Ling said again. All right, I'll fight you. An ancient god couldn't take it anymore. He turned into wind and floated out. His entire body was wrapped in the fierce wind. This was Atlas Wind God. In the Age of Gods, he was an ancient god who controlled the wind and rain. He had once been conferred the title of a god. His strength was naturally his speed. However, in terms of wind, Lin Ling's talent, Wind Dragon, was also able to control wind and rain. Back then, this dragon ancestor had followed the Dragon King to control wind and rain. Atlas Wind God's strength was his speed. The fact that he could unleash the speed of 1,500,000 worlds made him one of the best among the lesser gods. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't win, he would at least be able to maintain an undefeatable state. However, Lin Ling had already fused with the third stage of his innate talent, and the power of 1.5 million worlds erupted as well. Defeat. The fifth person lost in the blink of an eye. Following that, Lin Ling invited the ancient gods to battle again. The 6th battle, the 7th battle, all the way until the 10th battle. Everyone was shocked, including the Thunder God Great Hall. It was normal for Lin Ling to win 1 or 2 battles, but Lin Ling had won 10 battles in a row. Most importantly, his opponents were all ancient great gods who had cultivated for at least 10,000 years. Some of them had even cultivated for 100,000 years. I'm getting more and more curious about who this newcomer is. What era is he from? Moreover, he fought 10 ancient gods in a row. Won't his divine essence be exhausted? Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. He was simply a freak, a monster among low-level deities. He couldn't be measured according to common sense. Who else wants to battle me? At this time, Lin Ling also looked down on the ancient gods. His words also made them calm down. Although they didn't dare to battle Lin Ling, as ancient gods, they still weren't convinced by Lin Ling. Therefore, they all sneered and mocked Lin Ling for being a frog at the bottom of the well. He didn't know that outside the island, there were countless experts, and low-level deities, could only hide in a corner and not dare to come out. This guy obtained 100 Tao state fragments in the blink of an eye. Someone said enviously. In the Tao realm, no one had obtained so many Tao state fragments as soon as they entered. His words also carried a hint of sowing discord. Kid, with your attitude, you won't go far in the Tao realm. I advise you to hand over 90 Tao state fragments to appease everyone's anger. At the same time, a dignified voice sounded. Someone seemed to be jealous of Lin Ling's great harvest, so he wanted to force Lin Ling to hand over the treasures. Lin Ling instantly smiled and looked at the person who spoke. His eyes were full of disdain. Previously, when he was fighting, no one came to stop him. Now, seeing that he had a great harvest, they immediately ran out to speak with a strong sense of righteousness. Did they think that Lin Ling was a fool? Are you going to hand it over or not? Seeing Lin Ling's sneer, the ancient gods spoke again with a dignified voice. This also made many ancient gods look over. Then they were all delighted. Taishan water spirit Heiling god. This was a mid-level deity, and also one of the few mid-level deities on this island. The difference between a mid-level deity and a low-level deity was like heaven and earth. No matter how strong a low-level deity was at most, he could only barely block the attack of a mid-level deity. As for winning, that was something that would never happen. Now that a mid-level deity had appeared, wouldn't the newcomer obediently hand over the Tao state fragments? Are you the only one who wants my Tao state fragments? One person is too little. Lin Ling sneered and wasn't afraid at all. Count me in. Another voice rang out. Two men in cotton robes walked out with surging auras. Looking at the power of divinity they displayed, it was easily over 1,000,000 units. Taishan fire spirit Heiling god. As they gazed at the other man, they were shocked once more. Because this was another mid-level god. Just the two of you? Lin Ling looked at them from the corner of his eyes, and still felt that it was too little. The two of us are enough. Although we can't get the Tao state fragments by killing you, you have to know that any god only has 3 chances to die here. Wasting one is one less chance. Do you really want to save those Tao state fragments to exchange for a life? Taishan water spirit Heiling god said coldly. His skin was dark, and he looked like a farmer. However, his eyebrows were very long, and he was imposing without being angry. This ancient god had been in the Tao state for a long time. So now he had recovered 70% of his strength. Do you also want to waste a life to rob me? Staring at the two, Lin Ling also spoke with a light smile. You're courting death. The two mid-level deities didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to threaten them. I gave you face, but you don't want it. If you want to die, then I'll comply with you. Taishan fire spirit Heiling god shouted angrily. He had a head of red hair, and his legs were bare. He looked like an ancient god. It's not certain who will die. Whitewater Maiden Saint Yi kill them. After Lin Ling got the affirmation, he didn't waste any more time and said to Lei Gong in the distance. Whitewater Maiden, you want to fight 2 mid-level deities by yourself? You're courting death. And that kidney, what the hell is Yi? I've never heard of it. Many ancient gods were watching a good show. As for the other mid-level deities on the island, they sneered. Previously, they also wanted to attack, but the 2 mid-level deities took the initiative. Now a group of newcomers dared to fight against mid-level deities of the Tao state. They were asking for a slap in the face. Dong. However, just as this thought came to their minds, suddenly, a deafening sound rang out, causing the gods to feel dizzy. In a daze, they saw a huge ancient bell fall, smashing Taishan water spirit Heiling god to the ground. Even his shoes were sent flying. Chapter 4573. The other barefooted celestial fire spirit, Honorable God Qi Ling, was dumbfounded. Then his feet began to tremble. A mid-level deity was killed in one move. This was too strong. He's dead. He was taken away. In the dense forest, all the ancient gods opened their mouths wide. Their eyes were fixed on the ground. There was a huge ancient bell emitting an overbearing aura. Although the light on the ancient bell was gentle, it was very ancient. It was like the first ray of light at the beginning of the world. What kind of treasure is that? It looks like the Eastern Emperor bell. God, could this person be the successor of the Eastern Emperor Tai? I'm so jealous. The Eastern Emperor Bell is one of the 10 great chaotic divine artifacts. It is said that those who are not of the Eastern Emperor bloodline cannot control it. One astonished cry after another could be heard. Those gods hiding in the distance all narrowed their eyes. To be able to kill a god with a single blow. If one didn't have absolute confidence, then it was best not to offend that primordial god. Hand over 100 Tao realm fragments, and I will not send you off. Think about it, although the fragments are precious, your life is more important. In the Tao realm, there are only 3 lives. At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice was heard. However, when it fell into the ears of the celestial fire spirit, Honorable God Qi Ling, it was very loud. It was a direct threat. I'll give it to you. However, the Eastern Emperor Bell was not something he could provoke. He estimated that unless he reached the late stage of the mid-level deity stage, he would not be able to resist it. Lin Ling immediately took the 100 Tao realm fragments. In a short period of time, he had obtained 200 Tao realm fragments. Moreover, this was his first time here. Although he could not dominate this place, at least no one dared to provoke him. And the fact was indeed so. In terms of low-level deities, Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. In terms of mid-level deities, the Eastern Emperor Bell was showing off. In a place like this island, unless one had absolute confidence, they would not dare to provoke Lin Ling and his group. Haha, interesting. This mythical island finally has a good ancient god. Good, after I pass the Tao barrier, I will meet you. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. The sound was rolling, and it formed a heaven and earth roulette, soaring into the sky. The power of this divine fetus had probably reached the 3rd grade. However, judging from his aura, he had the strength of a low-level deity. No wonder he dared to challenge Lin Ling. Very clearly, this person was eyeing Lin Ling's Tao realm fragment. Of course, after experiencing the previous great battle, the ordinary great gods of ancient times didn't dare to rashly come out to battle. However, this person was still confident, which meant that he should have some ability. 6 Celestial Lords of the Southern Dipper. Celestial Lord Du Xing, that old fox. Many people stared into the distance, their eyes solemn. Speaking of which, Star Lord Du Xing wasn't a great god from the primordial era, but had come from the primordial era. However, he was cunning and specialized in deceiving Tao realm fragments. Thus, his speed of growth was very fast, and his foundation was very deep. According to legend, he had even fought a medium god, and was in an undefeated state. To be able to remain undefeated as a lesser god was extremely rare. If this person were to become a mid-level deity, his power would probably increase by 200 times. Moreover, it was precisely because of how cunning this person was that ordinary lesser gods didn't dare fight him, because they were afraid that he would cheat them of their Tao realm fragments if they lost. Who is this? Lin Ling looked into the distance and asked calmly. Star Lord Du Xing is one of the 6 Star Lords of the Southern Dipper. During the Age of the Gods, he was conferred the title of a god by the Celestial Emperor. Now that he has his eyes on you, you'd better watch out. A crisp voice rang out. Among the 7 fairies, one of the oldest beauties smiled and said, Where is he now? Lin Ling asked again. The Tao barrier is the only way to leave the island. Usually, ancient great gods who have just reached the Tao realm will be trapped in a place. If they want to leave, they have to walk out of the Tao barrier. People like us are among those who have been trapped on the island. Some of us have been trapped on the island for 30 million years. The woman smiled. How is that possible? Hearing that, the young demon lord immediately frowned. How could they endure being trapped on the island for 30 million years? You're ignorant. The woman looked at the young demon lord disdainfully. Firstly, this island is very big. It's definitely not boring to cultivate here. Secondly, it's not like we can't leave. It's just that we have to return to the void of the universe where we are. Thirdly, and this is also the most important thing, do you think we want to be trapped here? I'll tell you. Outside the island, the gods are even stronger. The Tao realm is for our safety. That's why there's a Tao barrier. Of course, if you don't want to leave through the Tao barrier, there's a river in the distance. You can leave by leaping over the river. What's so great about that river? The young demon lord was annoyed that he was being looked down upon by a beauty. Unfortunately, he had not passed by the Yellow River before and did not know how terrifying it was. Lin Ling, Bai Shui, and Su Nu had left before. Therefore Lin Ling explained, "There are countless ancient giant crocodiles hidden in the river. They are very strong. Even an intermediate celestial would find it difficult to leap over them." "That's so scary." The young demon lord's expression changed instantly. Then he looked at the beauty with shame. "What's a Dao barrier?" Lin Ling also looked at the beauty and asked. "Hehe, a Dao barrier is a layer of fog. There are 9 layers in total. Only by breaking through them can one have a chance to leave. Currently, there are only about 30,000 primordial gods who have left the island. The rest are still trying to break through the Dao barrier," the beauty said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded. It seemed that if they wanted to meet the gods of this era, they had to break through the Dao barrier. Moreover, there were many intermediate celestials here. This meant that if they wanted to leave the Dao barrier, it did not depend on their cultivation level. "Alright, let's find a place to rest." Lin Ling did not plan to stay any longer. He led the people from Lei Gong's palace and left. Looking at Lin Ling and his group, the primordial gods narrowed their eyes. Not only were they unhappy, but they also felt great pressure. If there was someone among this group of newcomers who left the island faster than them, they would be greatly embarrassed. Lin Ling did not care about what they were thinking. He continued to move forward. Then he realized that the island was indeed very big. It was comparable to a prefecture in the 9 states. Moreover, there were birds chirping and flowers blooming here. Whether it was the flowers, grass, or rocks, the spiritual energy was rich. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. What an ancient spiritual energy! Yu and the others all liked this place. This was because even if they did not cultivate on the island, their cultivation level would still improve slowly. "Let's go there." Then Lin Ling pointed at a forest in front of them. As there were not many mountains on the island, it was a flat land. Therefore, they chose a random location. Everyone started to set up camp. They took out their usual living things. Some people were even responsible for building the cave houses. Everything was in good order. This piece of land also belonged to Lei Gong's palace. Chapter 4574. "My lord, that won't do." "Lin Ling, there's no need. You can keep the fragments." Everyone waved their hands. Nan Wufengyan smiled. "Lin Ling, we came to the Dao realm to cultivate. Everyone has to find the fragments themselves, not rely on you for everything. Otherwise, how can we cultivate? Besides, even if you help us this time, can you help us forever? In the long run, this will be of great help. It won't be good for us." Yes, everyone has their own path. Although we are all from the Great Hall of Lei Gong, we have to walk our own paths. Young Qilin said, "Dao realm fragments were the key for gods to become stronger. The process of obtaining them was also a form of cultivation. If one had to rely on others for everything, then even if one's cultivation level was high enough, one's state of mind and understanding of the Great Dao would not meet the requirements. How about this? I'll keep 100 fragments and give the rest to everyone." In fact, Lin Ling knew this as well. However, since everyone had just arrived, he wanted to help them. "Shengyi, you take it. You contributed the most this time." Everyone looked at Shengyi. Shengyi scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He was a little embarrassed to accept it. Although he had contributed a lot, the one who led the Great Hall of Lei Gong and brought the Great Hall of Lei Gong to glory was Lord Lin Ling. Shengyi's wish was to see the Great Hall of Lei Gong grow stronger and resolve the regrets of the past Lei Gong. "Take it," Lin Ling said. He was a little speechless. Shengyi was not afraid of the gods of Ling Nation. Why was he so embarrassed? "Alright, I'll take it." Shengyi finally nodded. However, he planned to use it to exchange for treasures to improve the Great Hall of Lei Gong's strength. "Everyone, look around and see if you can find a way to collect the fragments. After that, cultivate yourselves and become stronger, so that we can get out of here as soon as possible," Lin Ling said to the crowd. However, many people were deep in thought. In the end, they raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling. "It was all thanks to you that we were able to enter the Dao realm. However, we feel that with our current strength, we still can't cultivate here. Therefore, we plan to return to the void of the 9 states first, and wait until our strength reaches the God realm. Enter here again. That works too. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Saint Guy said, "Later, I'll take a look at the Tao Requital Demi-Immortal and find some cultivation treasures for you. You can take them back to the 9 prefectures. That way, you'll be able to cultivate faster. You can come back when you're late lesser gods." Alright. Many people had the same idea. Only those gods who had reached late-stage low god level would stay here. Of course, powerful gods like the giant ghost, even if they had yet to reach late-stage low god realm, would still be able to stay because of their formidable strength. Lin Ling, I saw many ancient great gods by the river. It seems that the Yellow River can increase one's strength. Let's go there and try cultivating when we have time. And Yue returned with the Xianyuan Gur. Sure, but be careful. There are ancient giant crocodiles in the river. If you're not careful, they can easily kill you. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Ling, when I was looking at the Tao Requital Demi-Immortal, I found a mission in there that seems to be fishing for Tao fish. The Tao fish is nearby. I heard that the process of fishing can increase one's understanding of the great Tao. You can also exchange the Tao fish for Tao fragments. At this moment, Yu also spoke. There are such things in the Tao Requital Demi-Immortal? Lin Ling was a little curious. That's right. Other than that, there are other missions. For example, cutting down a type of divine tree. When you reach a certain number, you can exchange it for Tao fragments. Whitewater Pure Maiden explained. She was also looking at the Tao Requital Demi-Immortal. There's also planting divine herbs. That seems to work too. But there are many missions in the Tao Requital Demi-Immortal. The others began to speak one after another. It seems that the Tao realm arranged all these to train the ancient god's state of mind. Lin Ling had also guessed a few things. This was because the gods who could enter this place all had powerful backgrounds. Moreover, after they recovered their memories, it was inevitable that they would be impatient. They could not wait to regain their past strength as soon as possible. Thus, the Tao realm had made such an arrangement, so that they could put down their impatient hearts and be more patient. Recover their strength. In this way, when they recovered their former strength, their strength would most likely be even more powerful. The Tao realm is everything to fight against the will of the world. Lin Ling looked at the sky and mumbled to himself. Then he started to worry about the Kirishin and the others. He didn't know where they would appear in the Tao realm. Then everyone go do your own things, Lin Ling said to the others. Then they left in 2s and 3s. Some returned to the void of the 9 states, and some continued to cultivate here. Everyone walked a different path, so they didn't gather together. Instead, they scattered around the island to try their own opportunities. They would only come back here when they were cultivating. Lin Ling wasn't worried about their safety. After the previous incident, the ancient gods on the island knew that Lei Gong's hall wasn't to be trifled with. Therefore, the people in Lei Gong's hall scattered. Although there might be some small troubles, it wasn't to the point of life and death. These small troubles were the setbacks and difficulties that every god had to face. Lin Ling was their leader, but he couldn't help them in every way. Moreover, Lin Ling also had his own path to walk. Tao Return to Heaven. Lin Ling started to check the Tao Return to Heaven. His consciousness immediately entered a white space. This space was like the primordial clouds at the beginning of the world. In the ancient clouds, endless vitality filled the air. It was like the first breath of life in the world. However, on the other side, in the gray clouds, rolling death aura was also rolling. Life and death seemed to represent the most ancient great Tao of the universe. What a magnificent power! Lin Ling stood on the primordial clouds and looked into the distance. He felt a sense of disdain. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a treasure light in front of him. It was mixed with lightning and illuminated the sky. The treasure light was very ancient. It was like the light of a saint. Then more and more treasure light appeared. There were a total of 18 lights. Looking over, on the primordial clouds, the 18 lights illuminated the world. It made people feel like they were worshipping it. Lin Ling quietly observed for a long time. After knowing that there was no danger, he slowly walked over. He didn't know if other people would have such a scene when checking the Tao Return to Heaven. But his Tao return to heaven was different. It shocked him. As he walked forward, a huge rock appeared in front of him. The rock was like a mountain floating in the clouds. The 18 lights wrapped around it, and lines of ancient words were faintly discernible. Heaven-mending stone, replenishing yin and yang, stabilizing the universe. Chapter 4575. As he got closer, Lin Ling realized that the heaven-mend stone was the true Tao return to heaven seat. Any treasure could be exchanged here. And the treasures inside seemed to have been collected for several eras. Not only were there magical treasures and techniques, but there were also divine fetuses, treasures, and so on. There were too many of them. If he wanted to see them all at once, he would need great strength. Fortunately, Lin Ling could be considered an ancient god, so after spending some time, he could finish looking. It turned out that this stone not only had all kinds of treasures, but also missions from the Tao realm. Lin Ling even saw the Tao realm. The final reward was actually the Tao realm. Could it be that he had obtained the entire Tao realm? However, when Lin Ling wanted to look carefully, the words after the Tao realm appeared in a haze, blocking everything. Looks like I don't have enough foundation to check, Lin Ling guessed secretly. Then Lin Ling saw the Tao pagoda. In the square prison, the Rainbow Cloud ancestor had said that the Tao pagoda was one of the most mysterious places in the Tao realm. However, only after becoming a mid-level god would he be qualified to explore it. The Tao realm is omnipotent. If I can get it, I will be a true god of creation. I can get wind and rain if I want it. Lin Ling licked his lips, looking forward to the Tao realm. Of course, he believed that any ancient god in the Tao realm would want to use the Tao realm for themselves. First, I need to find a suitable treasure for my cultivation. Lin Ling kept looking. Now, he had 5 mid-level god fetuses, and did not plan to improve his talent for the time being. As for his cultivation, he felt that he needed some foundation to break through. After all, he had 7 dantians, and it was more difficult for him to break through than other gods. As for treasures, techniques, and so on, Lin Ling had the tyrannical song sword, and the ancient Kwafu sun chasing boots. He did not plan to exchange for any treasures for the time being. As for techniques, Lin Ling had the stare of wisdom and Panga's attack. He also had the chaos divine formula. These techniques had not been cultivated to the extreme, so there was no need to exchange for techniques. Moreover, a mere 100 fragments of the Tao realm could not be exchanged for any good techniques. Therefore, his goal was to increase his foundation. He recalled the Southern Dipper's 6-star monarch, Calamity Traversing Star Monarch. This person's reputation wasn't good, so he was probably very strong. Therefore, it was better to make more preparations, so that he wouldn't be killed once or owe a large number of Tao realm fragments. On the other hand, one's foundation was divided into many aspects. There was the comprehension of the Grand Tao, the tempering of one's mental state, the improvement of one's fleshly body, the improvement of one's soul, the improvement of one's natural talent, and the improvement of one's godly energy and godly steps. However, with Lin Ling's current Tao realm fragment, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it even if he had many foundations. My soul force and physical strength aren't weak at all. The reason why I was able to win 10 battles in a row was because of the endurance of my physical strength. However, my godly power has always been my weak point. My base level is only 30,000. When the other ancient great gods used their full strength, their godly power could reach 200,000. Lin Ling finally came to a decision. He chose to increase his power of divinity. I choose you. Lin Ling investigated for a long time, and finally came to a decision. What he chose was something called the Enlightenment Seahorse, and it required 100 Tao realm shards to exchange for it. This seahorse was born at the beginning of the universe, and had witnessed the birth, prosperity, and changes of the universe. It could use the light of life to enhance the great Tao comprehension of ancient great gods. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As soon as he exchanged for the treasure, Lin Ling realized that the scenery around him had changed. He was surrounded by mountains, and he was floating at the bottom of the mountains. If he could reach the top, he would be able to see all the mountains below. Looking up, the sky was filled with light. A huge brown seahorse was floating there. Its body was a glassy color, and it was so clear that one could see the changes within. However, the seahorse's interior was like the beginning of chaos, with dense mist lingering. The seahorse's inhuman eyes looked down at Lin Ling. Those eyes seemed to be able to speak. It seemed to be saying that 10 Dao realm shards could only allow one to comprehend Dao for 10 days. How much one comprehended would depend on one's fate. What an ancient thing! Lin Ling was shocked. From the seahorse's body, he could sense the most ancient vitality and death. It formed a life and death wheel aura that emanated constantly. The origins of this spiritual seahorse could be traced back to the beginning of the world. Moreover, it was only for 10 days. This meant that many gods were using the Enlightenment seahorse. As long as one had a Dao realm shard, they would summon it. Let's begin. Lin Ling nodded. The light of enlightenment is very difficult to summon. If you overestimate yourself and force yourself to continue, it is very likely that you will waste one of your lives. Therefore, gods who have already wasted 2 lives are not allowed to summon the Enlightenment seahorse. The seahorse stared coldly at Lin Ling, and a voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind. Next, the seahorse gently spat out an endless amount of light like rain. At that moment, the mountains were also illuminated with a peerless divine light. It was very breathtaking. The little bits of light covered Lin Ling, making Lin Ling's body feel warm. It was as if he was bathing in the sun. Lin Ling could not help but moan. This was the first time in his life that he had felt such comfortable sunlight. At that moment, Lin Ling felt that the realm-swallowing beast had given birth to a power. It was the power of a god. The realm-swallowing beast had always been increasing Lin Ling's physical strength, so that Lin Ling would have a strong defense. This was the first time it had given birth to the power of a god. Of course, this did not mean that the realm-swallowing beast did not have the power of a god. It was just that Lin Ling rarely cultivated this talent. The power of a god was slowly increasing. At some point, Lin Ling did not even need to comprehend it. However, Lin Ling knew that this was because his talent and foundation were too good. That was why the power of a god was increasing crazily. Unknowingly, it has reached 10,000. Lin Ling was shocked. Then he became excited. However, towards the end, the increase started to slow down. It was as if after the potential was stimulated, it slowly returned to normal. At the same time, Lin Ling felt that the light around him started to heat up. It was no longer as warm as the sun. I see. Lin Ling instantly knew that the seahorse could not hold on any longer. It meant that the light was constantly getting hotter. What made Lin Ling feel strange was that this heat was not the heat of fire. It was more like the heat of life. The realm-swallowing beast's talent had increased by 15,000 power of a god. Finally, it returned to normal. However, the talent of the evil spirit's tribulation body had also been stimulated. Its potential had skyrocketed. This caused the power of a god to increase like flowing water. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling felt that his skin had started to blister. The heat of life given by the light was too strong. No matter how strong his physical defense was, it was difficult to resist. Hold on. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and bathed in the light. Time passed quietly. The evil spirit's tribulation body had increased by 20,000 power of a god. There's more. Chapter 4576. He had never thought that when his life force reached the limit, it would be so terrifying. At this moment, he wished he could feel the aura of death. Of course, he also knew that only with the nourishment of life force could the potential of the divine embryos be stimulated and surpass their limits. The third to be stimulated was the Vajra Bodhi. The limit of this talent was very strong. The power of divinity increased explosively at the beginning. It reached 30,000 strands of power of divinity. Lin Ling was also trembling with excitement. This Dao realm was worthy of its name. 100 strands of Dao realm fragments had caused his strength to soar. However, the process of Dao enlightenment was also very painful. Gradually, the skin on Lin Ling's body began to crack. Blood and flesh began to appear and drip down like candles. And he had not experienced the feeling of his body being injured in a long time. After a long time, the Vajra Bodhi reached its limit and the progress slowed. All the life force began to flow into another divine embryo. This was the Wind Dragon's talent. Ka ka ka. The wind dragon's divine power skyrocketed, but Lin Ling's flesh and blood were all burned to ashes. They fell to the bottom of the mountains and sprouted because their life force was too vigorous. Then, they all turned into children and started to grow crazily. This was because of the avatar of the true body, the nascent soul Great Tao body. Looking at the sky, there was only a white skeleton floating there. In the white skeleton's dantian, a blinding light bloomed like the sun, and a terrifying power was constantly spitting out. This white skeleton was naturally Lin Ling. Using the white skeleton to block the light of Tao enlightenment in the sky, Lin Ling's pressure was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. Luckily, I have the heavenly dragon bones. White Bone's skeleton spat out human words, and its teeth also made a rattling sound. Deep within the white skeleton, a dim Buddhist light flickered. At a closer look, the white skeleton looked like a human, but in fact, it was more like a dragon's skeleton. There are 3 more talents. Next, Lin Ling sensed that the wind dragon's power of divinity was weakening. Clearly, it had reached its limit. But there were still 3 more. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The next was the Thunderlock true body. The wild power of divinity transformed into thunder that spread throughout the white bone. Unfortunately, it couldn't block the illumination of the light of enlightenment in the sky. The surging life force poured into Lin Ling's bones, causing cracks to appear on his bones. Ka ka ka. Some bone fragments fell off and smashed into the mountains. The bone fragments that were as big as leaves actually smashed a divine mountain into pieces. From this, it could be seen how much life force was suppressed by the bone. Hurry up, hurry up! Lin Ling kept shouting. He didn't know how long he could hold on like this. However, the more he looked forward to time, the slower it seemed. A day felt like a year. This was Lin Ling's current experience. Quietly, Luai's true body retreated, and the flame of the human monarch appeared. Ka ka ka. However, more and more of Lin Ling's bones peeled off. His arms, thighs, and in the end, only his upper body was left. Ka ka ka. Not long after, his head also fell off. Upon closer inspection, only his chest was left. However, there seemed to be a small sun within his chest, and the light was even more dazzling. That was where his 7 dantians were located. As for Lin Ling, he entered a semi-conscious state. However, at the crucial moment, a bone-chilling cold aura spread out, causing the fiery life force to dim a little. Of course, it didn't last long, and it only had a slight effect. It was the primal chaos divine formula. This first cultivation technique sensed life force, and was actually refining it. Ka ka ka. When the bones in his chest began to peel off, only a blazing sun was left in the sky. However, upon closer inspection, that blazing sun was still connected to bits of broken bones. Fortunately, he had finally reached the heavenly dragon's bones. This was also Lin Ling's current strongest divine embryo talent, reaching the 3rd grade. This talent could also stimulate his potential for a longer period of time. In the end, Lin Ling's consciousness was already blurred. Only his soul force was shouting, "Hold on, hold on." A powerful consciousness was supporting him. This consciousness was accumulated from the trials and tribulations that Lin Ling had experienced since he started learning martial arts. Today, this consciousness had reached a point where it could make one's hair stand on end. It was also because of this consciousness that it was supporting his soul force. This was because Lin Ling's enormous soul force had been injected with endless life force, and it began to feel a burning sensation. This burning sensation caused Lin Ling to feel as if he had entered a brand new world. It was as if he had his own great Tao, a martial Tao that he had created himself. In the haze, he saw an empty area. Several voices were talking about the great Tao, talking about the creation of heaven and earth. These voices seemed to belong to the most ancient God of creation, and among them, there was even the will of the world. Furthermore, when these voices noticed Lin Ling, they all said to Lin Ling, "Fellow Taoist, you're back." However, Lin Ling didn't know if these fantasies were just illusions, or if he was dreaming of Hong Meng. But they left him confused. At a certain moment, when Lin Ling felt his mind go blank, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. In the sky, the light in the seahorse's mouth continued to weaken. The light of life also gradually disappeared. However, The seahorse calmly looked down at the large ball of light that was like the sun. With the strength of a lesser god, you actually lasted for 10 days. You're the first person in the Tao realm. The seahorse spoke in human language. This was because the light of enlightenment was used by many intermediate gods, and even superior gods. However, for a lesser god, the only one who could last for 10 days was Lin Ling. Of course, this wasn't because the other ancient gods didn't want to try to last for 10 days. It was because they couldn't reach the limit of 10 days. This was because their divine embryos didn't have as much talent as Lin Ling. Tao Realm. I'll reward you with 10 Tao Realm fragments, and record them in the Tao Pagoda. The seahorse gradually disappeared, and the entire void began to shake. Mountains collapsed, and thousands of trees were uprooted. The bone fragments and flesh on the ground seemed to flow in reverse, as they shot towards the sun in the sky. Countless bones turned into a ball of bones. Sometimes they turned into dragon bones, sometimes they turned into human bones. When the flesh and blood returned, a human figure finally quietly condensed. At the same time, in the Tao realm, the ancient gods looked at the Tao Pagoda and discovered that there was an additional line of mysterious words. It seemed to say that a lesser god had comprehended the Tao for 10 days. A lesser god, amazing! The eyes of many ancient gods flickered. They guessed that if this lesser god reached the intermediate god level, his strength would be incomparably terrifying. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw the sky falling and the earth cracking. The mountain world he was in before was constantly collapsing. In the end, only he was left standing in the void. After that, a mysterious force pulled him back into the primordial cloud. 10 Tao realm fragments. As he stared at the gigantic Heavenman's stone, Lin Ling felt as if he was in a dream. Soon after, he also noticed that there were now 10 more Tao realm fragments that were originally empty. This seemed to be the reward for him from the Tao realm. Look at the divine power. Chapter 4577. Crazy. Once one comprehended the Tao, one would reach the heavens in a single bound. As expected of the Tao realm. Wow. Lin Ling was very clear that if this kind of enlightenment process were to take place in the void of the 9 prefectures, it would be impossible to achieve it without 100,000 years. But now, his foundation as a low-level deity had become even stronger, and he was even closer to becoming a mid-level deity. There was a huge divide between a mid-level deity and a low-level deity. This divide also stopped countless deities. Even the reincarnations and inheritances of ancient deities could not return to their deity thrones and become mid-level deities in a short period of time. After taking a deep breath, Lin Ling began to return to his deity thrones. He was still in the forest where Lei Gong's hall was stationed. The surroundings were quiet, and there were 2 deities standing quietly in the distance. They were the experts of Lei Gong's hall. It was obvious that they had seen Lin Ling in seclusion, so they were secretly guarding Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and stood up. "My lord, you have come out of seclusion." The 2 deities noticed Lin Ling standing up and walked over. "How long have I been in seclusion?" Lin Ling asked. "My lord, you have not been in seclusion for long. Only a little more than a month." The 2 deities replied at the same time. "A little more than a month?" Lin Ling was shocked, because he felt that only 10 days had passed. He did not expect that he had endured in the light of enlightenment for so long. "Did anything happen during this period of time?" Lin Ling asked again. The 2 deities wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, one of them said, "There was no big trouble, but when Lady Yu and the others were fishing, they encountered a few rascals." "What? Someone dared to touch you?" Hearing that, Lin Ling's face instantly turned ugly. They didn't dare to act recklessly, but they had their eyes on the place where Lady Yu and the others were fishing. They negotiated with Lady Yu and the others, and offered 10 Tao realm shards in exchange for a giant ghost. However, Lady Yu and the others rejected the offer, and said that they would be back in 3 months, and the others every day. Lin Ling nodded. Sakura and the others barrier was the only way out of the island. They wanted to teach them a lesson on the island, but the other party didn't cause any trouble. The miasma barrier. They were just making a ruckus, water and plain lady which made it difficult for Lord Sakura, as for God and the others to make a move. The two of them
guessed
fought
that
to be
something
the first
happened
to
in
speak.
Lei Gong's great hall.
How shameless!
And they went back
Lin
to
Ling
help.
cursed.
However,
Suddenly,
in the current
he thought of something and asked,
void, the
where are
strongest
Saint
gods
Yi and
had
the
entered
others?
the Tao realm.
He guessed that if
So what
treasure
happened
god
in the
Nan
9
Wu Feng Yu
continents
and the
void
others
was
were
probably
here,
just a small
they wouldn't
matter.
be able to act so
Let's go, bring me
arrogantly.
to Yu's side.
On the third day
Lin
of
Ling
Lord's
said to the
seclusion,
two.
they went
Now
to the
Lei Gong's
miasma
great
barrier
hall was a little
and haven't
famous
come
on
out
the
yet.
island, but the other party still dared to provoke Lei Gong's great hall. Their background was probably not simple. After a long time, a dense bamboo forest appeared in front of them. These bamboos were very ancient, and there were patterns of lightning and fire on the bamboo. If placed in the 9 continents void, these bamboos would be rare treasures. And in the bamboo forest, there were clear springs everywhere. The water was hazy and colorful lights filled the air. It was very mysterious. When the lights reflected, Lin Ling felt as if he was looking through the clear springs and seeing the primal chaos realm. It was as if he had traveled through time and space. And what surprised Lin Ling the most was that all the lights reflected by the clear springs formed a colorful mist in the air. When one walked in it, it was as if they had entered the path of Tao. Tao enlightenment. Lin Ling was shocked. No wonder so many ancient gods were fishing here. It turned out that not only could they cultivate their temperament, they could also comprehend the Tao. If one stayed here for a long time, their divine energy would definitely increase. Of course, the effects of these lights were ultimately not as good as the Tao Enlightenment Seahorse. A cycle of clear springs, a cycle of time. Not far away, an old man was surrounded by divine light. It was obvious that he had broken through. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. Then, he ignored him and walked forward in the bamboo forest. Amitabha good. My Buddha is merciful. The sun and moon are unparalleled. Benefactor, why are you so stubborn? At this time, an ancient voice came from the front. Not far away, beside a clear spring, 2 men in monk robes sat there. Through the clear spring in front of them, it was as if they could see through the mysteries of heaven and earth. These 2 men were not old, but their auras were extraordinary. It was as if they were the reincarnations of Buddha, and their voices were not soft. The Buddha's voice clearly affected the people around them. However, the ancient gods around them seemed to be worried, so they only cursed and did not dare to provoke them. Looking at the clear spring not far away, there was another clear spring, but this one was clearly different. The mist was like water vapor, and in the clear spring, one could vaguely see that there were fish swimming freely in the clear spring. These fish were extraordinary. It was as if they were not swimming in water, but in the long river of time. Obviously, this clear spring was more ancient and vast than the other clear springs. Because of this, many people wanted to comprehend Tao by this clear spring, so that their path of martial arts would be firmer. Unfortunately, to encounter such a clear spring, it depended on luck. It could only be encountered by chance. And now, beside this clear spring were Yu and the other 2 women. They sat quietly by the spring, each with their own beauty. They were playing with the fish in the spring, forming a beautiful scene. The ancient gods knew that these 3 women were the group of newcomers. So, even if they were jealous, they did not dare to provoke them. Only the 2 monks were not satisfied. So not far away, they kept harassing Yu and the other 2 women. Lin Ling watched quietly from afar. In an instant he knew what was going on. His face turned uglier. The 2 monks kept talking about Buddha, but he did not see the benevolence of the Buddha god. Brother Ling. At this moment, Yi looked around and saw Lin Ling not far away. She smiled happily. Lin Ling also walked over. Of course, during this process, the 2 monks also narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling. They had naturally heard a little about this newcomer, Lin Ling. It was said that this newcomer was one of the best among the son of a low-level deity, and he had the support of a powerful mid-level deity. Are we leaving? One of the monks wanted to back out. Originally, they did not want to provoke Yu and the others, but they were too jealous of the clear spring. Later, when they saw that there were no experts to support them while harassing Yu and the others, they gradually became bolder. Moreover, they had a good relationship with a low-level deity. That person was very powerful. On the island, many people did not dare to provoke him. This made them even bolder. Chapter 4578. That's true. Hearing that, the first monk nodded. Lin Ling. And Yue and the others stood up to welcome Lin Ling. The Xian Yuan Ge stared at the two shameless monks and was about to tell them what had happened. I know. However, Lin Ling smiled at the Xian Yuan Ge. Although the two monks didn't attack you and the rest, they were still making a racket not far away. They were clearly looking for trouble. Brother Ling, they are related to Buddhism after all. So just give them a word of advice. Don't make things too awkward. Yu knew Lin Ling's temper, so she could not bear it and tried to persuade him. Of course, the most important thing was that in the past half a month, she had seen many powerful ancient gods on the island. Their strength was not much weaker than Lin Ling's. However, they were not 100% confident that they could defeat Lin Ling, so they did not dare to provoke Lin Ling. Don't worry, I've always been a reasonable person. Lin Ling nodded and walked towards the two monks step by step. This caused many of the ancient gods in the bamboo forest, who were comprehending the Tao, to look over, and their eyes trembled. The newcomer had finally appeared. Moreover, he seemed to be looking for trouble with Miao Tan and Fan Xiang. Miao Tan and Fan Xiang are the reincarnations of the Buddha child. They were the 18 Sangaras under the Buddha god. This newcomer dares to not give face to the Buddha god? Miao Tan and Fan Xiang are lantern essences from the Chaos realm. They have a strong background and are very close to the 6 stars Lord of the Southern Dipper. Du Xing provoking them is the same as provoking Du Xing. However, even though I don't like that newcomer, I dislike those two bald donkeys even more. Back then their origins were indeed not small. However, they have reincarnated and recultivated. Their current strength is not much stronger. What are they being so arrogant for? The sound of whispers quietly rang out in the bamboo forest. Among the ancient gods in the Tao realm, some of them were extremely powerful back in the day and dominated the era. But after reincarnating, they were very weak. Some of them were ordinary back in the day, but after reincarnating, they were extremely powerful. Therefore, in the Tao realm, strength was the most important factor. His strength in the past could only mean that he was not strong in the past or in the future. When Lin Ling came to the side of the clear spring of the two monks, he just stood there quietly, causing the two monks to frown and immediately feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Is there anything I can help you with? Sir, just because you're fishing doesn't mean that others can't speak. So I don't think we've offended you. The faces of the two turned cold, as if they were very reasonable. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. One of the monks narrowed his eyes and said, Amitba, Du Adversity Star Lord has been looking for you. He has an opportunity with you. You should go to the fog barrier and wait for Du Adversity Star Lord to come out. He seemed to be reminding, but in fact, he was also threatening Lin Ling. What he meant was that among the lower gods on the island, Du Adversity Star Lord was the most powerful. If he offended them, Du Adversity Star Lord would definitely find trouble with him. However, Lin Ling still didn't say anything. This also caused the two monks to suddenly feel immense pressure. Ignore him. Buddha says that if a mirror has no stand, where can it attract dust? The two monks no longer paid attention to Lin Ling suddenly. The clear spring in front of them was filled with dense light, and they could vaguely see a Tao fish slowly taking the bait. This also caused them to be shocked. They had finally caught a Tao fish. Being able to catch a Tao fish was not only an affirmation of their martial heart, but if they could bring the fish up, it could also increase their divine power, and could be used to exchange for Tao realm fragments. However, just as they were about to reel in the fish, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Pa pa pa. The fishing rods in the hands of the two monks, which were condensed from divine essence, were so frightened that they shattered. And the Tao fish that they had caught with great difficulty was also frightened away. Your Excellency. The two monks immediately flew into a rage and turned to look at Lin Ling behind them. Your Excellency, when fishing a Tao fish, it doesn't mean that others can't speak. Lin Ling also looked at them and smiled faintly. Damn it! The two monks were stunned, and veins instantly appeared on their foreheads. This person was doing it on purpose. He was also returning an eye for an eye. Your so-called mirror has no stand. Where can it attract dust? In my opinion, that's just a fart. It's just a scare. But you were actually scared to the point that your divine essence collapsed. Your Buddha's heart should be strengthened. Lin Ling said again. Your Excellency, don't court death. One of the monks seemed to be unable to hold back. However, the other monk advised, Miao Tan, ignore him. He's probably angering us. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Thinking of Lin Ling's strength, they still didn't dare to attack, and continued to fish calmly. However, Lin Ling was still standing behind them, making them feel as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats. When the experts in the distance saw this, they all laughed. These 2 of the 18 Sangarans did not learn anything from befriending Calamity traversing Star-Lord. Instead, they learned how to be despicable and shameless. The most ironic thing was that after these 2 monks cheated others, they even righteously said that this was karma. But now, the wicked would naturally be dealt with by the wicked. The wind rises, the clouds rise, and the might of the sea returns home. Brave warriors guard the 4 directions. And when the 2 monks ignored Lin Ling, a thunderous explosion suddenly came from behind them. It shocked the 2 monks so much that their arms trembled. The fishing rod formed by divine essence collapsed once again. They were so angry that their faces were trembling. They knew that this newcomer was doing it on purpose. Endure, they had to endure. The 2 of them suddenly gritted their teeth and used their divine powers to block everything from the outside world. Don't you see the water of the yellow river coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Don't you see the white hair of the bright mirror, like black hair that turns to snow in the evening? One must enjoy life to the fullest, making the golden goblet empty to the moon. I'm born to be useful, and gold will come back after being scattered. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure, drinking 300 cups in one go. However, Lin Ling used his powerful divine power, as if it was a large hand, constantly pouring his voice into the ears of the 2 monks. You want to calm your heart? Calm your ass. Boom. The 2 monks nearly vomited blood, as if they had gone berserk. And this time, they could not hold it in any longer. They stood up and turned to glare at Lin Ling angrily. What? You can't even recite a poem? However, Lin Ling had a look of indifference on his face. The 2 monks were so angry that they were stunned and speechless. And the gods who were quietly observing from afar could not help but laugh at this moment. Now this was the real cause and effect. How could one not wet their shoes if they stood by the riverside? You are forcing us to take action and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The 2 monks knew that this newcomer wanted to waste time with them from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, if they did not chase this newcomer away, they would not be able to comprehend the Tao. Yes, so what? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. He was not afraid at all. Your Excellency, today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Die! One of the monks could not hold it in any longer. He released his divine essence, wanting to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Miao Tan, no. Chapter 4579. As the saying goes, try peaceful means before resorting to force. The other party did not attack Yu and the others, but chose to harass them. Therefore, Lin Ling gave them face and did not attack at the beginning. Now they actually dared to attack first. Then there was no need to reason. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, breaking the sun and moon. His power was magnificent. The Buddhist monk's righteous power was shattered by the punch. At the same time, Lin Ling's punch landed on his cheek, causing him to vomit 3 liters of blood. His teeth were also in the blood. Cultivate Buddha, my ass. You can't win the argument and you attack. You're forcing my hand. Lin Ling said regretfully after severely injuring the Buddhist monk with 1 punch. It was as though he had no choice but to attack. However, since Lin Ling had decided to attack, he would go all the way. Next, he attacked the other Buddhist monk. What ancient great god? You're just a fart in my eyes. The Buddhist monk was not weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Lin Ling's foundation and heritage were terrifying. Even among the lower gods, he was unique. He had reached a level that made people's hair stand on end. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, breaking the bowl that the Buddhist monk threw out. Then he punched the latter's bald head. I don't care if you're reincarnated Buddhas or gods. You're so shameless. Even a dog is better than you. After attacking, Lin Ling showed no mercy. He punched and kicked, causing the entire bamboo forest to shake. In the eyes of the ancient great gods, he was like an ancient giant beast. His punches and kicks were filled with boundless Tao. In the end, the two Buddhas were beaten black and blue. And this was because Lin Ling was giving face to Yu Yu. Otherwise, he would have sent them back to their homes. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling threw the two bald donkeys into the clear spring. He said coldly, "If I see you climb out of the spring before I leave, I'll send you back to the chaos realm." Inside the clear spring, the two monks didn't dare to speak. Even though they were the saviors of the world, they were like drowning dogs at this moment. Moreover, not only did they not dare to speak, they didn't even dare to climb out of the clear spring. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would kill them and waste a chance at life. Brother Ling, he's the reincarnation of a Buddha god. Yu Yu watched as Lin Ling violently attacked. When Lin Ling came back, Yu Yu couldn't help but complain. "I really don't need to give any face to these bald donkeys. There are millions of Buddhas, but it doesn't mean that anyone can become a Buddha. A true Buddha wouldn't do such despicable things," Lin Ling said with a smile. He sat down beside Yu Yu and the others and condensed a fishing rod with his divine essence. He also caught a fish. Of course, his gaze swept over the two Buddhist monks from time to time. They were so scared that they wanted to run away several times. But in the end, they did not dare to come out. His wretched appearance caused the experts in the distance to laugh out loud once more. Dao fish, Dao pond. Of course, Lin Ling also looked at the misty clear spring from time to time. He had a vague feeling that this clear spring was formed from the great Dao comprehended by that ancient giant god who fused with the Dao realm. He estimated that there were many such springs in the entire Dao realm. The hazy clear spring was like the moon in the water. Lin Ling quietly watched and gradually became immersed in it. He felt as if he was running in the beautiful river of time. Everything around him was like a white horse galloping through a crack. The great battle of gods created heaven and earth. Time quietly passed just like that. "Brother Ling." Only when a soft voice came over did Lin Ling return to normal. His eyes flashed as he looked to the side. He saw Yu Yu and Yuer looking at him with a smile. And they had already caught many Dao fish in their hands. "Lin Ling, what happened to you just now? I saw you staring at the Dao pond in a daze. Could it be that you had some enlightenment?" And Yuer asked curiously. "It's nothing. I just encountered some strange phenomenon." Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. His eyes looked back at the Dao pond again, but he found that he couldn't find the same feeling as before. "I'm guessing that Brother Ling encountered his own fortuitous encounter in the Dao pond." Yu Yu also smiled at the side, because Brother Ling has been looking at it for 3 days already. 3 days. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then checked his body, and was shocked to find that his step of wisdom's power had increased greatly without him noticing, reaching the immemorial grade. And last time, when Lin Ling's soul power had increased greatly, his step of wisdom had reached the peak of the grand beginner grade. Now it had finally reached a new level. Domain. But what shocked Lin Ling was that although the step of wisdom had increased, his soul power didn't increase much this time. "Lin Ling, let's go back," Yu Yu said to Lin Ling at this time. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Dao pond again. He felt that he should try it again when he had time, hoping that he could find the same feeling as before. Then, he left the bamboo forest with Yu Yu and the others. The two Buddhist monks had already run away. Of course, Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to them. "Let's go to the miasma to have a look. Bai Shui, Su Nu Shengyi, and the others have all gone in. I wonder if they've come out now." After leaving the bamboo forest, Lin Ling led Yu Yu and the others in the direction of the miasma. And that direction was where Lin Ling and the others had first come. It was also the place where most of the ancient great gods had gathered on the island. "Look, that newcomer is here. A few of his friends have entered the miasma. Could it be that he's going to the miasma as well?" Before he went in, Du Dao's Star Lord was waiting for him. When the ancient great gods saw Lin Ling, they all started to talk about him. Now Lin Ling was quite famous on the island. Although his strength was not comparable to an intermediate celestial, he was one of the top lower celestials. Moreover, Lin Ling had the support of a powerful intermediate celestial, So ordinary intermediate celestials didn't dare to provoke him. Lin Ling heard the discussion around him, but he didn't pay attention to it. He looked into the distance. There, the light of treasure soared into the sky, forming a large area of clouds and mist. And in that area, there was a path out of the island. Looking at the edge of the clouds and mist, the rolling river water hid a large number of ancient great crocodiles. It seems that Bai Shui Su knew, and the others still haven't come out. Lin Ling guessed. I heard that Du Dao Star Lord has reached the 7th level. He's 2 levels away from leaving the island completely. TSK. He's the first person in 1,000 years. The 7th level. This means that Du Dao Star Lord's strength has reached a terrifying level. He's really invincible among lower celestials. It's impossible to be invincible. I heard that in other places, there are lower celestials who have walked out of the 9th level of the miasma. But Du Dao Star Lord is one of the best among lower celestials. He deserves his reputation. Chapter 4580. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the front, causing the entire sky to fall silent. Then, a thin and weak man in a loose robe walked over with a smile on his face. I've finally passed the 7th level. If not for the lack of divine essence, I might have been able to pass the 8th level. The man's smile was very amiable. If one did not know him, they would have a good impression of him at first glance. However, those who knew him knew that he was despicable and shameless. He did not show any mercy. This was because he was Calamity Traversing Star Lord. He walked over with a smile and swept his gaze. Many ancient great gods subconsciously avoided his gaze. Clearly, many people had suffered greatly at his hands over the years on the island. However, he was very strong and had some backing. As a result, some middle-level gods who were stronger than him did not dare to provoke him. There's a new face. You must be a newcomer. Haha, I'm Calamity Traversing Star Lord. Greetings, ancient great gods. Suddenly, Calamity Traversing Star Lord's gaze landed on a few people. They were none other than Lin Ling. As Lin Ling and company were newcomers, Calamity Traversing Star Lord did not recognize them. Are we familiar with you? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. His words stunned Calamity Traversing Star Lord. He was surprised that the newcomer did not give him any face. Calamity Traversing Star Lord. This youth is the person you challenged in the fog. At this moment, the surrounding ancient great gods spoke. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the 2 monks were already hiding in the crowd. Furthermore, they had malicious looks on their faces. This was because Calamity Traversing Star Lord was like a calamity. As long as one was targeted by him, any ancient great god would be unlucky. 3 days ago, the newcomer had bullied them so badly. Now, they could personally witness the calamity that befell the newcomer. You are the newcomer who defeated 10 people in a row. It's an honor to meet you. Calamity Traversing Star Lord reacted. He had seen Lin Ling and the other newcomers, but he did not expect them to be the people who had caused the island to be in an uproar. I already said that I'm familiar with you. Lin Ling looked at Star Lord Du Adversity indifferently. He did not act courteously just because of Star Lord Du Adversity's politeness. This was because even though Du Adversity's Star Sovereign was all smiles, Lin Ling could see a sinister glint in his eyes. This glint was hidden very well, but Lin Ling was very knowledgeable. He knew that this kind of person prioritized benefits. On the surface, they were polite to you, but they could stab you in the back at any time. In addition, Star Lord Du Xing's reputation was very bad. This explained everything even more. He were both ancient great gods and cannon fodder under the world will. We're not familiar with each other, but we're also familiar with each other. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign smiled, and didn't mind Lin Ling's rudeness. He continued, Oh right, I said that I wanted to spar with you not long ago. It's rare for us to meet, so why don't we do it now? Don't worry, we're both ancient gods of the same era. I won't be too harsh on you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Miao Tan and the other monk and said, Miao Tan, take out your Dao Realm fragments. Take as many as you have. Okay. The 2 monks hurriedly nodded, and took out a lot of Dao Realm fragments. Star Lord Du Xing took them. I have about 500 Dao Realm fragments here. How about this? If you win, they're all yours. If you lose, I don't want so many Dao Realm fragments. I only want 300. What do you think? Although Star-Lord Du Xing seemed to be taking care of Lin Ling, in fact, he was forcing Lin Ling into a corner. Everyone can bear witness to this matter. I believe that the Dao Realm will preside over this battle fairly. Before Lin Ling could speak, Star-Lord Du Xing spoke again. Throughout the entire process, he didn't ask for Lin Ling's opinion at all. In addition, he had a smile on his face. If it was a real newcomer, it would be difficult for them to refuse in consideration of their reputation. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Lin Ling really didn't give him any face. Of course, if the other party wanted to give him Dao Realm fragments, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. Therefore, Lin Ling remained silent. However, in the eyes of the ancient great gods, Lin Ling was being forced into a corner, and there was no possibility of him refusing. This newcomer is also very strong. However, compared to Star-Lord Du Xing, he's still weaker. Most importantly, he actually agreed. This means that he has to hand over the 200 Dao Realm fragments that he won previously. He might even have to pay 100 of them. Hee, there's a good show to watch. Many ancient great gods laughed mockingly. They had witnessed Lin Ling's battle and Star-Lord Du Xing's battle. In all fairness, they felt that Star-Lord Du Xing's strength was stronger. Alright, since this senior has agreed, let's fight. Don't worry, this is just a spar. I won't fight to the death. Moreover, both you and I will benefit greatly from the battle between the two ancient great gods. Star-Lord Du Xing said politely. However, his words were pleasant to the ears. Even if he won, he wouldn't kill Lin Ling. If it was someone else, this would also allow the other party to let go of the shackles in their heart and not have too many misgivings. Of course, only the scheming ancient great gods knew that these words actually had the taste of bewitching the enemy. This was because in a battle between two people, if they didn't have the mentality of killing their opponent, then the one with a relaxed mentality would be the easiest to lose. After all, if they felt that they wouldn't die, then they wouldn't use 120% of their strength when they attacked. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and understood the effect of Star-Lord Du Xing's words. Star-Lord Du Xing was indeed a powerful ancient great god. Not only was he strong, but he also knew how to use psychological tactics. The most terrifying thing was that even if it affected the opponent wouldn't know and would still be grateful to Star-Lord Du Xing. Alright, let's focus on the spar. I also want to see how much my strength has increased. Without any nonsense, rolling divine energy appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body. In just a few months, his strength had increased greatly, and he wanted to find a testing stone to test his strength. Haha, senior, you have to be careful. Star-Lord Du Xing laughed and politely called him senior, giving Lin Ling enough face. However, he didn't show any mercy in his attack. He erupted with terrifying divine energy, and a sword appeared in his hand. Tens of thousands of rays of light flickered, and the heavenly abyss split open, and the long river of time appeared. In an instant he disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Lin Ling, and a fierce sword slashed down like the river of time. This sword didn't look fast, but it was very powerful. It locked onto Lin Ling, and Lin Ling felt that there was nowhere to hide. At this moment, Lin Ling also felt a total of 250,000 rays of divine energy suppressing him. 200,000 rays of divine energy in one attack, even stronger than the Maoshan immortal ancestor and the others. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that Star-Lord Du Xing could make the great gods fear him. Besides his despicable and shameless character, there was also his strength. Whoosh! Chapter 4581. After Lin Ling became a lower deity, he had fought countless lower deities. However, this Duda Star Sovereign was the strongest one he had met. He was definitely stronger than Lord Ning and the rest. Bang! Lin Ling's arm trembled as he activated all his strength. Ka. However, the sword in the sky continued to press down like a river of time. Lin Ling found it difficult to lift his sword. Haha, newcomer, you should use your full strength. Otherwise you will lose. Duda Star Sovereign sneered. Suddenly, his divine power increased to 300,000. The setting sun was like blood as a demonic red light illuminated the entire sky. The arrival of this terrifying divine power increased the pressure on Lin Ling. He shouted angrily, "First stage." After the first stage of talent fusion, Lin Ling's strength increased greatly. The suppressed sword also slowly rose and slashed towards the sky. I've used my true strength, but it's still not enough. Duda Star Sovereign was shocked when he saw this. He shouted, "Moon stairs." The strength of the sword in his hand increased explosively again. The divine force breaking through large characters, crazily surging to 300,000 lines, powerfully suppressing downwards. Rumble! The entire island swayed slightly at this moment. Countless ancient gods' faces changed slightly. Newcomer, you won't lose just like this, right? After the sword pressed down, Duda Star Sovereign laughed sinisterly, as if he had obtained 300 Dao Realm fragments. It's still early. Lin Ling sensed that Duda Star Sovereign's talent had reached the 4th grade. He had hidden it well. No wonder he could dominate among the lower deities. Second stage. Lin Ling's strength increased again. Especially his physical strength, it increased even more. He slashed across the sky and reversed the situation. Rumble! The sky was blood red. Time seemed to have been sliced apart by the sword. What a powerful physical strength. Is that the killing steps? It is indeed as fierce as the rumors say. Duda Star Sovereign laughed, and increased his divine power to 350,000. He pressed down with a terrifying force. Scram! Looking at the invisible slash of time, Lin Ling knew that although this slash seemed invisible, it was actually very powerful. However, Lin Ling did not stop here. Facing the 350,000 strands of divinity, he activated his 3rd phase talent, and used the purest physical strength to resist. Boom! The ferocious power of the corporeal body caused the ground to crack open, as it brought Lin Ling into the sky. It broke through the endless shackles and finally clashed with the sword of Du Adversity Star Sovereign. Boom! Boom! The collision of the two swords, a terrifying shockwave of divine essence power exploded out unstoppably. The two silhouettes were like ancient beasts as they stared at each other in the air. The first wave of confrontation had also ended. Newcomer, your strength is not bad. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign revealed a smile. He seemed friendly, but his eyes were cold. Your strength is not bad. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. However, the 300 Dao Realm pieces are mine in the end. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign said again. When he said this, his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the beginning, he said that this was a spar, and that even if he won, he would not kill Lin Ling. He said this to make Lin Ling careless, but who knew that Lin Ling would not be fooled at all? Now he also had the intention to kill. It is too early to decide now. At this moment, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. Suddenly, countless silhouettes of Lin Ling appeared on the ground and in the sky. They punched out with terrifying strength and hit Lin Ling's sword. Ding! Dang! Ear-piercing sounds rang out at the same time. These were the clones of the real body. Fellow cultivator, let me help you. These clones had the strength of a late-stage lower deity. Their physical strength was also incomparably strong. After they attacked, they instantly suppressed Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign. This caused Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's expression to change drastically. His arms were also trembling from the powerful physical strength. Such a change caused the eyes of the ancient great deities below to narrow. They did not expect this newcomer to have such a trump card. During the previous 10 consecutive battles, he did not explode with such a trump card. One should know that Lin Ling's physical strength had increased greatly. After the 3rd stage of the talent fusion, his physical strength had reached the strength of 10 million worlds. With such terrifying strength, It would not be difficult for him to destroy any lower deity. In addition to the 3,000 clones, it was no wonder that Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign, who had a fourth-stage middle deity divine embryo, could not withstand it. Crack. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's arms trembled even more violently. The sound of his bones reaching their limits could be heard continuously. However, suddenly he shouted angrily, "Primordial true step, step of the steps." With this voice, a strange energy suddenly erupted. It was extremely primitive. The energy that landed on Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's sword suddenly had the power of the Great Tao. Crack, crack, crack. The sword that had been suppressed by Lin Ling to the point of trembling suddenly had its aura greatly increased. It actually rebounded with a powerful physical strength. This strength had reached the strength of 8 million worlds. Although it was not as strong as Lin Ling's, one should know that the sword was suppressed with the power of 350,000 strands of divinity. With the two types of strength superimposed, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's sword instantly began to suppress it. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to flash fiercely. The steps of the gods, and it was also a ceiling-type technique? However, Lin Ling immediately discovered that his physical strength was still present. It was just that for some unknown reason, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's physical strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Could it be that Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's steps of the gods have the power to replicate my strength? Or is it related to his talent? Right, since the start of the battle, he has not unleashed the power of his talent. It is likely that the steps of the gods are related to his talent. It is the steps of the gods born from his talent. Several thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind in an instant. However, at this moment, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign slashed horizontally, slicing through the void and forcing Lin Ling to fly backward. At the same time, all of his clones were killed with a single slash. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's strength had now doubled by borrowing Lin Ling's strength. No lower god could withstand a single strike from him, unless it was Lin Ling. What terrifying strength! The expressions of all the ancient great gods changed drastically. Powerful talent, power of divinity that surpassed those of the same realm, and now, that terrifying physical strength. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign was indeed an expert that could reach the 8th level of the fog barrier. He newcomer, you forced me to do this. Now that I have your physical strength, let's see how you will fight me. Standing in the sky, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign laughed loudly. His laughter caused the entire island to shake again. On the island, other than the middle gods, all the lower gods were breathing heavily. They looked at Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign, as though they were looking at the strongest lower god emperor. What powerful strength! Brother Ling has always been a top lower god expert. However, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign is not any weaker than Brother Ling. Chapter 4582. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in midair. If one looked carefully, one would notice that a corner of his robe had been cut off. If he hadn't retreated quickly, then Star Monarch Calamity's attack would have injured him as well. He stared at the Star Lord, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Cross-adversity Star Sovereign, your god's steps seem powerful. But in reality, the steps can only replicate physical strength, right? Lin Ling suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the Star Lord's eyes flashed, but he did not speak. And this God's steps can't replicate 100% of one's strength. It's only 80% now. Lin Ling continued. This means that if you meet other lesser gods, as long as their physical strength is not strong, your God's steps will be very ordinary. Ha ha ha, newcomer. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to see through my God's steps in such a short time. At this time, the Star Lord finally spoke. There are many types of God's steps in the sealing system. My God's steps are at the Dominator level, and can only seal physical strength. However, do you think the sealing system's God's steps are easy to see? Let me tell you, among all the God's steps, only the sealing system is the most terrifying. Among them, the soul system is the most terrifying. For example, your steps of killing may seem ferocious, but as long as one's divine strength surpasses yours by several times, they can still easily suppress it. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. Now you're going to lose. Your physical strength is equal to mine. Although you have 7 great talents, I have a 4th grade divine fetus. Most importantly, your divine strength is inferior to mine. Die. Without wasting any more words, the Star Lord raised his sword and shot at Lin Ling. Heaven abyss opened again. Blood light filled the sky. There was blood light rising, as if it was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. With the addition of physical strength, the sword was clearly more terrifying than before. A ray of red light shot at Lin Ling. Its speed was incomparably fast, causing many ancient gods to hold their breaths. They knew that this battle was about to end. The newcomer was about to be eliminated, and the result was death. Dao Realm cultivators had 3 chances to die, each of which was extremely precious. If all 3 chances were used up, then they would truly die and enter the underworld cycle of reincarnation. At that time, whether or not they could reincarnate again would be a problem. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one wanted to die and waste a chance to live. Of course, if one was close to death and wanted to enter the Dao realm after being taken away by a Dao realm cultivator, they would appear in the same place again. This meant that if they wanted to kill their opponent, they only needed to wait. As long as they did not leave, their opponent would have no hope of entering Dao initiation realm. Of course, this kind of situation would only happen when one's father was killed. Under normal circumstances, no one would waste time waiting for the opponent to come back. Moreover, his opponent had died twice in a row. The 3rd time he returned, he would definitely be careful. If he did not return, the people in the Dao realm would not be able to do anything. This newcomer is dead for sure this time. The Cross-Calamity Star Lord seems easy to talk to, but in reality, he is merciless. Even if the newcomer has no enmity with the Cross-Calamity Star Lord, the Cross-Calamity Star Lord still wants to kill him. Not to mention that the Cross-Calamity Star Lord almost lost. Looking at the sky, many people secretly said they knew that the newcomer would have to use up one of his 3 chances to live. However, Lin Ling was still standing in the sky, his gray robe fluttering in the wind. Although it looked dazzling, no one believed that Lin Ling could fight against the Cross-Calamity Star Lord. The reason he did not act was probably because he was unwilling to waste the chance to save his life in the Dao realm. He was also unwilling to lose the Dao realm fragment, so he was hesitating. Die! Of course, the Cross-Calamity Star Lord did not care about that and slashed with his sword. Clang! At this moment, Lin Ling finally attacked with a seemingly ordinary slash. Boom! However, this slash blocked the Cross-Calamity Star Lord's attack. After a ferocious force hit the Cross-Calamity Star Lord, the bloody light in the sky cracked. How is this possible? The Cross-Calamity Star Lord let out an angry roar as the sword in his hand slashed out crazily. However, he could not make Lin Ling move an inch. His gray robe fluttered in the sky. Lin Ling held his sword with one hand like an immovable wisdom king. Who said that I don't have the power of divinity? Lin Ling said in a low voice. He had come to this battle for the sake of experimenting. Therefore, he had initially wanted to see the limits of his physical strength, and what kind of strength he could resist. Then he would test out the power of God. Now it was time for him to experiment with the power of divinity. Ka. Lin Ling's power of divinity began to soar and gradually reached 250,000. And this was the basic power of divinity. But now he had a third-stage talent fusion, and was the gray-robed Lin Ling. Therefore, his power of divinity crazily reached 330,000. It was only 20,000 less than the Cross-Calamity Star Lord. But Lin Ling's physical strength was stronger than the Cross-Calamity Star Lord's. Ka. The Cross-Calamity Star Lord's sword began to bend, and could not block Lin Ling's sword. Looking from the ground, the scene was extremely spectacular. Lin Ling's sword suppressed the Cross-Calamity Star Lord into a disadvantage, and was in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and said coldly, "Your god's steps shouldn't be able to replicate my power of divinity. How can your power of divinity be so strong?" The Cross-Calamity Star Lord's long hair danced wildly, and his expression was abnormally ugly. If this continued, he would definitely be defeated. "Bastard!" The Cross-Calamity Star Lord cursed, clearly unwilling to accept this. "There's nothing to be unwilling about. My powerful domain has exceeded your imagination," Lin Ling said indifferently. His words were true, because he was mainly experimenting in this battle, and did not use any other methods. Otherwise, Lin Ling was confident that he could instantly defeat the Cross-Calamity Star Lord with just his speed. "Alright, you win. I promise to give you 500 Dao Realm fragments." The Cross-Calamity Star Lord kept pondering, and finally said with gritted teeth, 500 Dao Realm fragments was a huge sum of money. One might not have the chance to obtain it even in 100,000 years. It was the bargaining chip and capital to become stronger. Even a mid-level deity would feel heartache if they were asked to hand over 100 Dao Realm fragments, let alone 500 Dao Realm fragments. Even the Cross-Calamity Star Lord was defeated. This newcomer will probably be able to rush to the last level of the fog barrier. TSK. Could he be thinking of becoming the strongest newcomer in the history of this island? I don't understand where this newcomer cultivated in the past, and why he has such a strong foundation. If he reaches the mid-level deity realm, it's hard to imagine how strong he will be. On the ground, everyone was talking in a lively manner, and had a deeper understanding of Lin Ling's strength. Moreover, no one was sure that the current strength was Lin Ling's full strength. Admit defeat? Chapter 4583. Of course, it was only to intimidate. When Lin Ling gradually recovered, he looked around, and saw a man holding a sword standing behind Yu and a new heir. It was the Star Lord of Do Adversity. Despicable newcomer, you tricked me into a duel with you. You want my 500 Dao state fragments? Dream on. I haven't lost yet. The Star Lord of Do Adversity shouted hysterically. As the most despicable and shameless lower deity on the island, how could he submit so easily? For the sake of the Dao Realm fragment, he was willing to do anything. Star Lord of Do Adversity. Seeing the Star Lord of Do Adversity's actions, the other deities exclaimed. This Star Lord of Do Adversity was indeed ruthless. He actually used hostages to threaten. Kill yourself and admit defeat. Otherwise I'll kill them. The Star Lord of Do Adversity looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, You sacrificed one life each, but all three of them survived. You've taken advantage of me. Hurry up and kill yourself. As long as Lin Ling committed suicide, it would mean that he had won the duel with Lin Ling. At that time, he would be able to obtain 300 Dao state fragments. His words were like a reward to Lin Ling. 1 life in exchange for 3 lives. However, given his character, as long as Lin Ling dared to commit suicide, he might kill Yu and the other 2 in the blink of an eye. Yu and the other 2 weren't as strong as the Star Lord of Do Adversity. Naturally, they couldn't resist at all. At that moment, Lin Ling walked down step by step from the sky. His face was as cold as ice, and his aura was even more imposing. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't listen to him, the Star Lord of Do Adversity was furious. Kill me if you dare. Let me tell you, if you dare to kill me, I can guarantee that there won't be a place for you to stay on this island. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also do nothing for the rest of my life except to guard this island. As long as you appear once, I'll kill you 3 times, and you won't have the chance to reincarnate. Lin Ling's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a taboo wind that carried a strand of heartlessness that caused one's heart to tremble. When it entered the ears of Star Monarch Du Xing, it actually caused him to panic slightly. He had plotted against countless people in his life and killed countless ancient gods. However, he was still alive and well because he had a ruthless spirit. However, after meeting Lin Ling, this ruthless spirit suddenly became a little diffident. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the ancient gods in the distance felt their hearts tremble. In his next life, he would do nothing but kill Star Lord Du Xing. Every time he saw him, he would kill him. This meant that Calamity Traverser Star Lord could no longer enter the Dao realm. He would die if he entered. Although Lin Ling had paid a great price by giving up the chance to leave the island and defending this place to the death, Lin Ling dared to do so and risk his life. This was the price of angering Lin Ling. Just like that, everyone watched as Lin Ling walked forward step by step. Cross Calamity Star Lord didn't dare to act rashly. However, he wasn't a greenhorn in the end. He knew that by threatening Yu and the others, he had already formed a grudge with this newcomer. Stop right there and kill yourself immediately. Otherwise, I will immediately kill someone. After calming down, Cross Calamity Star Lord shouted sinisterly. Either way he would die. If he didn't do anything, not only would he lose 500 Dao Realm fragments, but he would also be completely killed. Moreover, if he let Yu and the others go, Lin Ling might not let him go. He would still lose 500 Dao Realm fragments. This time, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. However, he wasn't far from the Cross Adversity Star Lord. Earlier, you said that my killing steps can't compare to your sealing steps. How do you know that I only have the killing steps? Lin Ling said indifferently. What do you mean? Cross Calamity Star Lord frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Ling was talking about. Compared to the god steps of the sealing path, your steps are simply inferior. Lin Ling said again. These words made Cross Calamity Star Lord panic. Could Lin Ling also have the god steps of the sealing path? Kill yourself now. Cross Calamity Star Lord knew that he couldn't let Lin Ling live anymore. The longer he lived, the greater the pressure on him. Then, he planned to kill someone to make Lin Ling fear him. This was to make an example out of him. Die! He slashed his sword at Yu. Cardinal Grand Brahma punishment technique. However, at that moment, a furious roar resounded. Then, an extremely terrifying and mysterious power enveloped Cross Calamity Star Lord's body. Not only did it seal his talent, but it also sealed most of his divine power. Right now, Lin Ling's step of wisdom had reached the immemorial level. The 6 realms of the steps of the gods were elementary, Dao Sense, Dominator, Grand Elementary, Ancient and Grand Beginning, Eternal. Even in the era of the gods, there weren't many that had god stairs at the ancient level. Star Sovereign Du Dao's sword suddenly slowed down. Of course, he was still a powerful lower god, so he still slashed at Yu. Bang! But at this moment, an arm suddenly grabbed the sword. Then, Lin Ling was already standing in front of the Star Lord. The Stair of Wisdom had sealed Du Adversity Star Sovereign's strength. With Du Adversity Star Sovereign's strength, his sword would not be able to stop Lin Ling. Calamity Traversing Star Lord looked at Lin Ling, who was right in front of him, and his legs went soft. Why was it like this? He was clearly about to kill this woman. So why did more than half of his strength suddenly disappear? Divine steps of the sealing system. Suddenly Calamity Traversing Star Lord reacted. He suddenly raised his head to look at Lin Ling and muttered, Soul system? You can die now. Lin Ling did not answer. His other hand slashed out fiercely with the intention of killing this ancient god. However, when his sword was about to approach Calamity Traversing Star Lord, a ferocious force erupted from the latter's body and forced Lin Ling to retreat. This force was 5-colored and very ancient. This was the power of the Dao realm. Obviously, the Dao realm had saved Calamity Traversing Star Lord when he was about to die, and took him away. The 5-colored light enveloped Calamity Traversing Star Lord, and took him up into the sky. It passed through the primordial energy, and disappeared into the distance. I won't let you go. Although Calamity Traversing Star Lord did not die, his face was ferocious. This was because he had wasted his Tao realm energy for nothing. He only had 2 lives left. After all, the Tao realm outside the island was vast and boundless with countless taboos. 3 lives might not even be enough, let alone 2. This meant that even if he could leave the island, he wouldn't be able to go very far outside of the island. Therefore, how could he not hate? I'll wait for your return. Lin Ling looked at the sky coldly and softly uttered a sentence. If he saw Calamity traversing Star-Lord again, he would kill him every time he saw him. At the same time, Lin Ling sensed that there were 500 more Tao realm fragments in his Tao regression celestial seat. He had won this battle completely. Moreover, he had a high chance of leaving the miasma and heading to an even more ancient world. Chapter 4584. Brother Ling. Looking at Lin Ling walking over, Yu and the rest rushed over, their faces full of guilt. If not for them, Lin Ling would not have been threatened like this. It's fine. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. His eyes suddenly looked at the ancient gods and coldly said, Today's matter will not be repeated. If anyone dares to bully my woman again, I will dare to kill you even if you are a mid-level god. You can doubt my words and try to test my patience, but I must warn you, because your ending will not be good. A threat, a naked threat. However, the gods in the distance were silent. After killing the Calamity Crossing Star-Lord, they already knew that on this island, no low-level god was Lin Ling's match. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Ling led Yu and the rest towards the miasma. After Lin Ling left, many ancient great gods began to discuss among themselves. With this guy's strength, I'm afraid he can walk out of the miasma. I don't know if he can walk out of the miasma, but reaching the 9th floor is something that is set in stone. Even the Calamity Crossing Star-Lord could reach the 8th floor. Everyone was sure that Lin Ling could do it as well. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling approached the miasma, suddenly, a figure walked out in a very sorry state. It was Treasure God Namwufingyu. Grandpa Treasure God. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but be delighted. Haha, you finally came to the miasma. Treasure God Namwufingyu came in front of Lin Ling and smiled. Then he looked behind him and said, This miasma is really something. I almost died inside. Grandpa Treasure God, what's inside the miasma? Miasma, there are demons hidden in the miasma. It seems like a short distance, but it takes several days to walk. Moreover, the spiritual energy inside cannot be recovered. Especially after the 5th floor, the miasma is really not for humans. Grandpa Treasure God, which floor are you at? The 5th floor. Not only are there many demons, the miasma is also poisonous. You can't stay in there for long. Most importantly, your spirit energy cannot be recovered. That is the biggest problem. What about Whitewater Pure Maiden, Saint Yi and the rest? They should be able to walk out. Young Qilin's strength is similar to mine. It will be difficult. As he spoke, another figure walked out of the miasma. It was indeed young Qilin. At this moment he looked exhausted. When he saw Lin Ling, he could not help but be delighted. Lin Ling Treasure God. Little Qilin, which level have you reached? The 7th floor. I couldn't hold on any longer, but I was rewarded with 70 Tao realm fragments after I came out. There are rewards of Tao fragments. Treasure God Namwufingyu was shocked. He quickly checked his Tao reversion heaven seat and found that he had 50 Tao realm fragments. Haha, to think that this miasma would reward so many Tao state fragments. If we were to enter again, wouldn't we be able to obtain Tao state fragments endlessly? Treasure God Namwufingyu said happily. I don't think so. It should be the 1st floor, and then you can get it. There shouldn't be any rewards after that. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not think that there was such a good thing. Whitewater Pure Maiden and Saint Yi have not come out. They might have walked out of the island. Grandpa Treasure God, I will go and take a look. Lin Ling said. Okay, Lin Ling, you should be able to walk out of the island. We will wait for your good news. Treasure God Namwufingyu and the others smiled. Lin Ling looked at Yu and gave a few words of advice. Now that he was famous on the island, he guessed that no one would dare to provoke Yu. Therefore, he told Yu and the rest to cultivate hard and try to walk out of the island as soon as possible. After that, He threatened the deities on the island again before walking forward. The miasma was the only way out of the island. Around the miasma was a rolling yellow ancient river. There were bubbles in the river from time to time, as if there were terrifying ancient beasts. It doesn't look long, but it will take a long time to walk through it. After a rough inspection, Lin Ling entered the miasma. As they watched Lin Ling disappear, the island began to burst into a flurry of discussions. I didn't expect this batch of newcomers to be the first to walk out of the miasma. More importantly, there is more than one person. Sigh, seeing a newcomer leave the island, I feel so bad. Let's cultivate hard. Cultivate hard. Now that more and more people are walking out of the island, I don't want to be trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Everyone felt the pressure, but they did not leave. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could walk out of the miasma in one go. Lin Ling, who entered the miasma, found that he had entered another version of the world. His surroundings were hazy and filled with blood-colored mist. The mist was very strange. It dispersed when it met people, as if it had a spirit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, countless ancient giant mosquitoes flew over, hiding in the blood-colored mist. It was terrifying. Get lost. Lin Ling shouted angrily. A powerful aura erupted, causing all the giant mosquitoes to retreat. Then, he moved and shot into the distance. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he reached the speed of 500,000 worlds. If he was in the void of Jojo, he could easily go from the east to the west. However, this speed was useless. He still could not pass through the first level. Instead, in the distant sky, huge ancient giant mosquitoes flew over. They were majestic, and each of them was as big as a calf. It was very terrifying. The mosquito's mouth was like a sword. It was very sharp. If one was stabbed by these mosquito mouths, even a lower deity would be sucked dry. Get lost. However, Lin Ling was not the slightest bit afraid. He continuously threw punches. The ferocious strength smashed all the ancient giant mosquitoes that attempted to approach into meat paste. Even their mouths, which were as hard as swords, were forcefully broken. Get lost. Lin Ling did not stop. He waved his fists and rushed into the swarm of ancient giant mosquitoes. In the blink of an eye, large amounts of debris fell from the sky. Those giant mosquitoes were all killed by Lin Ling's fists. However, just as he left the swarm of ancient giant mosquitoes, a large number of ancient giant mosquitoes appeared in front of him. Although these giant mosquitoes were not strong, they continued to exhaust Lin Ling's physical strength. It's probably because of the red blood-colored mist that I can't recover my essence, energy, and spirit. It's a pity that my essence, energy, and spirit are so huge. It's impossible to exhaust me in the first level. Lin Ling did not stop. He rushed forward like a cannonball. Finally, he rushed out of the first level. Even young Qilin and the others easily passed through the first level. Naturally, they could not stop Lin Ling. Rumble. The second level's mist barrier was yellow. It was very hot. It was as if one was in a volcano. Moreover, in the mist, the sky was filled with smoke and ashes, giving people a feeling of loneliness. As far as the eye could see, this place was vast and boundless. From time to time, the yellow mist would explode. Moreover, it was a big explosion that appeared out of nowhere. It looked very dangerous. Chapter 4585. Rumble. Deafening noises sounded around Lin Ling, but powerful divine essence appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body, protecting him within. In Lin Ling's estimation, the power brought by these explosions was as much as 50,000 strands of divinity. Of course, this kind of power, most lesser gods could block it. But the terrifying thing was that these explosions were endless, unless one could reach the end. The first level looked at the overall strength. The second level probably looked at the density of one's divine essence. Lin Ling also instantly had a guess in his mind. Unfortunately, the density of his divine essence was gathered from 7 danshians. Whether it was the age of gods or the ancient era, in terms of the density of divine essence at the same level, who but him could compare? Rumble. Ignoring the explosions around him, Lin Ling patiently charged forward. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, A huge vortex appeared in the yellow mist, rolling and spinning, forming a huge explosion that could destroy the heavens and earth. The power of this explosion also reached the power of 100,000 strands of divinity. Looking over, spots of light appeared in the entire fog sea. Then a terrifying shock wave erupted, connecting the entire second level of fog barrier. If it was a weaker lesser god here, they would definitely die. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, in the terrifying explosion, a figure flew past like a kite. It was Lin Ling. There's really no end to it. Lin Ling shook his head. This kind of explosion naturally couldn't hurt him, but it wasted his time. And of course, it also consumed a bit of his essence, energy and spirit. Without hesitation, Lin Ling still charged forward. He had reached the third level. The moment Lin Ling appeared on the third level, he saw endless green fog spread throughout the entire space. In the distance was an ancient forest. These ancient trees were uprooted from the ground, towering into the clouds, but they were silent. Lin Ling stepped on a huge ancient tree, not moving at all, his eyes looking into the distance. He was waiting for the danger of this level. However, it was still quiet in front of him. There were no explosions, nor were there any ancient giant mosquitoes. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that there was a winding path in the distance. Whoosh! At this moment, a bird flew out from the silent forest in the distance and flew into the distance. This made Lin Ling frown slightly. Buzz buzz buzz. Next, countless birds flew out from the seemingly quiet ancient forest and soared into the sky. It was a majestic sight. It seems like some kind of danger is approaching. Looking at the sky full of birds, Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. Roar! After waiting for an entire moment, a deafening roar finally resounded from afar. After that, an enormous figure silently appeared within the hazy green mist. This figure was enormous, like a divine mountain within the green mist. It was too big. It was one of the biggest demonic beasts Lin Ling had ever seen. Moreover, a pair of blood-red eyes were faintly discernible within the fog. They were like two bright lights in the vast ocean. What is this? Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as curiosity rose in his heart. Bang bang bang. The ground began to shake, and even more startled birds took flight. Amidst the hazy mist, the enormous figure became even clearer. Bear. It was actually an ancient giant bear. It was the first time Lin Ling had seen such an enormous figure. In comparison, Lin Ling's body was only as big as the ancient giant bear's eyes. Is this the difficulty of the third level? Lin Ling was slightly surprised. However, he still stood on the giant tree and looked at the enormous giant bear from afar. Bang bang bang. Although the ancient giant bear looked enormous, its speed was not slow, and it did not seem cumbersome. It looked at Lin Ling with contempt as its blood-red eyes emitted a demonic glow. Lin Ling stood on the leaves without moving at all. It was as if he was one with the ancient tree on the ground. Roar! When it saw Lin Ling's appearance, the ancient giant bear roared loudly. A frightening sound wave charged out like a wild wind, causing Lin Ling's long hair and long robe to flutter. However, his body still did not move an inch. This completely infuriated the ancient giant bear. The might of the ancient giant bear was not enough to intimidate him. The ancient giant bear swept its claws fiercely. The terrifying air wave caused the ancient trees on the ground to rise and tumble in the sky like straw. It was terrifying. Bang! Lin Ling raised his hand to block. All the towering ancient trees around him rose into the sky, as if gravity had disappeared. Only the ancient pine tree under Lin Ling's feet remained unscathed. Swoosh! However, in the next moment, Lin Ling seemed to have been hit by a cannonball. His body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. His momentum did not stop as he continued to fly backward. Bang bang bang. Looking at the ground again, it was as if a dragon was gliding on the ground, dragging a long shadow as dust billowed and spread. And this was Lin Ling. Boom. Several large mountains in the distance were also penetrated by Lin Ling. Finally, he stopped at the bottom of an ancient mountain that rose from the ground. Crack crack crack. However, cracks appeared on the mountain, and it collapsed with a rumble. Roar roar roar. In the distance, the huge ancient bear stood up. Its huge bare arms waved at the sky and let out the most primitive roar. It was as if it had won in the most primitive battle between wild beasts. It was the king of ancient times. However, had it won? Obviously, it was impossible. First stage. A soft voice suddenly came from the huge gravel in the distance. Boom! The gravel exploded, and a figure shot out like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the ancient giant bear. Next, a fist that seemed small but carried a destructive force smashed out violently. Roar! However, the ancient giant bear was also very powerful. When it noticed the figure approaching, its huge bear claws also swept out violently. Of course, it obviously did not gain any advantage this time. That was because the ferocious fist swept out like a gust of wind and sent the ancient giant bear flying. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was shaking. A huge figure glided along the ground and stirred up the heaven and earth. It's only the third level. Even young Lin and the rest passed it. How can I be defeated here? At most, you can only exhaust a little of my stamina. That's all. Lin Ling, who was floating in the sky, shook his head and said. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook. Lin Ling attacked crazily to suppress the giant bear, causing the green fog to swirl due to the huge impact. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed at this moment. After a long time, a figure walked along the ground like a wandering hero, and also like an ancient god that had returned from ancient times. Bang! Not far behind this person, a huge figure finally crashed down like an island. The fourth level, this person said as he walked. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He wanted to know how many ancient giant beasts were hidden in this ancient Tao realm. He had finally reached the fourth level. It was actually a world in the water. Countless ancient giant crabs surrounded and attacked. All of them had the strength of a late-stage lower deity, and were extremely powerful. Chapter 4586. The fourth level's misty world clearly affected Lin Ling's battle strength to a certain extent. However, Lin Ling still managed to reach the fifth level without a hitch. Everything was as Treasure God Grandpa had said. From the fifth level onwards, the mist already carried a fatal attack. The fifth level was dusky, as if it was an abandoned land of the mortal world. It was like an evil land after the creation of heaven and earth. Even an ancient great god could not survive here, because there was a terrifying sandstorm here. This sandstorm was mixed with the sharp power of God. It blew past and constantly pierced people's bodies. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Ling looked at his body constantly being pierced. Grains of sand shot into his body and he frowned. I have to find the end as soon as possible. Lin Ling knew why Treasure God Nanwufinyu failed. Because after reaching the fifth level, he had used up a lot of his essence energy. Now he had to constantly be on guard against the sandstorm. If his spirit energy was not thick enough, he would definitely fall here. In the sandstorm, Lin Ling moved against the wind, but more and more sand shot into his body. This sand was able to pierce through the protection of divine essence, and was extremely powerful. And as more and more sand piled up, Lin Ling also felt his weight crazily increase. It was as if he was dragging hundreds of mountains forward. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. It was actually jumping along the desert. When it got closer, Lin Ling discovered that it was a strange monster. The reason why it was strange was because this monster was not only huge, but also round like a ball. Its surface had a large number of spikes. Fins. Searching his mind, Lin Ling could not think of what this monster looked like. The only thing that left the deepest impression was that it was very similar to a pufferfish. A pufferfish? And then it jumped in the desert like a balloon? Lin Ling's eyes were opened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two sides fought. In the end, Lin Ling emerged victorious and passed through the fifth level. And at this moment on the island, countless people were looking in the direction of the fog barrier. They could see layers upon layers of fog drifting about, and among them, the last layer of fog was the most conspicuous. But after a long time, it finally calmed down. Previously, the last layer of the miasma was constantly changing, and now it's changing again. It seems that both of them have walked out of the miasma. I'm so envious. They are rookies. They managed to walk out of the fog barrier the moment they arrived on the island. This batch of rookies is really impressive. There's a third person now. I wonder if he can make it out of the miasma. Discussions were heard everywhere. Many of the ancient great gods were extremely envious. That was because some ancient gods had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Some had even been trapped here for 100,000 years. How could they not want to leave? After all, leaving the island represented a kind of affirmation. However, even though they had painstakingly cultivated for many years, they were still lacking just a little bit. On the contrary, they often saw people walking out of the island. It was as if they had been ruthlessly stabbed in the heart by a sword. And now, the third person was also very likely to walk out of the island. This could be considered as the first batch of ancient gods to walk out of the island after so many years. As for the third person, it was Lin Ling, Whitewater Pure Maiden Saint Guy, and the others have all left. Whitewater Pure Maiden is a medium god. If she can walk out, it means that she is stronger than ordinary medium gods. As for Saint Guy, although he is a lower god, he is a freak. The rest is up to Lin Ling. Yu and the others were also looking at the miasma. They were very happy. Look, the 6th level's miasma is glowing. The clouds are filled with lightning and thunder. This means that Brother Ling has reached the 6th level. Suddenly, Yu shouted in joy. This kid has reached the 5th level. Not bad. Treasure God Nanwufengyu and Young Qilin looked at each other. They were somewhat excited, although they knew that Lin Ling would definitely reach the 8th level. Seeing Lin Ling reach the 6th level with their own eyes, they could not help but feel excited. The 6th level. At this moment, many ancient great gods were also looking at the miasma. The miasma was layered and distributed according to color, so it was very easy to distinguish. Moreover, it was not difficult to guess who had reached the 6th level. After all, Du Dao Star Lord had reached the 8th level. It would not be difficult for that newcomer, and this made them even more envious. On the 6th level, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lin Ling also used the 2nd stage of innate fusion. After a long time, Lin Ling reached the 7th level. In this level of miasma, there was not only thunder, but also heat and violence. The 3rd stage of innate fusion appeared. Du Dao Star Lord had also barely passed this level. The latter had failed on the 8th level, but Lin Ling was stronger. So after a long time, he had reached the 8th level. After reaching the 8th level, Lin Ling had expended a lot of energy. One had to know that Du Dao Star Lord had failed on the 8th level, because he did not have enough energy. She's here on the 8th floor, but I didn't see Saint Guy. He probably left. Whitewater Pure Maiden is a common god, so she's definitely in more trouble than a lesser god. That being said, I'm guessing that she left as well. Of course, Saint Guy is the smoothest. With the Donghuang Bell, he doesn't have to do anything. Standing in the sky of the 8th level, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Even with his strength, he felt a little exhausted. And the 8th level's threat was the suction force. This suction force came from the miasma of heaven and earth. This place was like the great wilderness. It was also like the most unstable Huanyu great world, before the heavens and earth were created. Life's reincarnation, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So, the miasma here had the power to turn any god into nothingness. Lin Ling was full of killing intent. Using the 3rd stage of innate fusion, he rushed into the distance. He was going all out to resist the power of the great wilderness. But the great wilderness seemed endless. There was nothing here, only endless miasma. It made one feel as if they were not moving forward at all. Clearly, this was not only a dangerous place, but also a test of a martial artist's state of mind. However, Lin Ling was a calm person. He did not care about any changes, and moved forward bravely. He knew that as long as he rushed in one direction, he would definitely be able to walk out of here. After all, the miasma was only a path to God. This path would not be long. After a long time, when Lin Ling was covered in wounds, he finally walked out of the 8th level. Looking at his body, there was not a single piece of intact skin. Bones were exposed in many places. On the left side of his face, there was a skeletal eye. It added a touch of fear and evil. The 9th level. Almost at the same time, Countless ancient gods on the island exclaimed. The 9th level. As long as he passed it, he would walk out of the island and step into a new world. Fail, he must fail. No one knew what was on the 9th level, but everyone was cursing Lin Ling's failure. They did not want to see the 3rd ancient god walking out of the island. It would be too great a blow to them. These guys. Chapter 4587. The young Qilin suddenly laughed. He looked like a child, but his eyes were filled with wisdom. You're right, kid. Once Lin Ling gets out of the 9th level, we have to work hard to get out of the island and see what the Dao realm is like with him. Treasure God Nanwufenyu laughed. At this moment, he looked forward to the outside world even more. The real Dao realm was outside the island. Although he was a god from the era of the gods, the Dao realm did not only include the era of the gods, but also the primordial era and the most ancient primordial era. How could he not look forward to it? How could he not want to search for the mysteries of the primordial era? Return of the god. At this moment, the colorful fog on the 9th level formed a whirlpool that rolled wildly. An ancient and mighty voice rang out, shocking the entire world. Lin Ling looked over. All the demons in the fog barrier had gathered on the 9th level. There were ancient bears, giant mosquitoes, and even explosions. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Although he did not know who spoke, Lin Ling also shouted angrily. Fellow Taoists, this will not work. Please return. The ancient voice rang out again, causing countless echoes. Impossible, Lin Ling said bluntly. Blood sacrifice. Suddenly, the angry roar seemed to have triggered a taboo, as if it had come from the primordial era. The primordial giant bears and primordial giant mosquitoes from before began to fuse together. Looking at the colorful miasma hovering in the sky, they were now mixed together. The entire world became even more colorful. Rays of treasure light blossomed like fireworks in the distance, dazzling and resplendent. After the blood sacrifice, Lin Ling felt the suction from the 8th level appear again. Moreover, a terrifying roar rang in his ears, shattering Lin Ling's eardrums and entering his brain. It wanted to destroy everything about Lin Ling. After his ears were attacked, it was his eyes' turn. The treasure light in the distance was like a mirror, shining on Lin Ling's eyes. Oomph! Lin Ling let out a muffled groan. He wanted to block it, but he couldn't. His eyes were instantly blinded. A blinding treasure light followed his empty eyes and destroyed Lin Ling's body. But this was not the end. The poisonous gas spread, sealing Lin Ling's sense of smell. All kinds of illusions fell like flowers, sealing Lin Ling's mind. His 5 senses were all sealed. This was Lin Ling's first time experiencing such terrifying power. His 7 orifices began to bleed. From afar, it was a terrifying sight. This is the 9th level. The originally weak Lin Ling couldn't help but think to himself in shock after being severely injured. Now it was difficult for him to even speak. He did not know how pure Maiden White walked out of the miasma, but he was certain that very few lesser gods could do so. As for Sheng Yi, he was not worried because the Eastern Emperor Bell was enough to protect him. All of his senses had been sealed. This made Lin Ling realize that his powerful mortal body wasn't invulnerable. He had been cultivating the strength of his mortal body, But he had forgotten the most ordinary thing, and that was his senses. Such a setback had undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for Lin Ling. He knew that he had been blindly pursuing strength, but he had forgotten the most important thing. The foundation was actually the most important thing. Even if Lin Ling's bones, bloodline, and even cells had already been strengthened, he was now in the world of gods. There were definitely many ancient gods who had strengthened their bodies like him. However, he was stuck in his own ways, and thought that the strongest power was the only thing that could strengthen his body. The great Tao. Wrong. Everything was wrong. The true limit of the body's strength was to transform the body into the universe, into the void. Only by being undefeated could one repel the enemy. It was not to repel the enemy first to be undefeated. Fellow Taoist, sorry for the offense. While Lin Ling was still in shock, the thing formed by all the ancient giant beasts turned into a fist and suppressed Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood in the sky, already turned into a bloody man. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his body was riddled with wounds. Even his spirit essence was mostly exhausted. In that case, it was obvious that he couldn't block this attack. At this moment, all the life on the 9th level seemed to be staring at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling fail and retreat. Even on the island, the ancient gods were staring at the final miasma. Although they did not know what happened to the miasma, they were sure that the 9th level was not simple. Step of wisdom. But at this moment, a voice formed by soul power sounded. Although Lin Ling's 5 senses were sealed, his soul power was safe and sound. Because his soul power was too strong. Furthermore, his physical body did not reach invincible defense. But his soul power was invincible in defense, especially in the step of wisdom. The moment this terrifying soul power emerged, heaven and earth seemed to be sealed. Splitting open the sky, Lin Ling raised his hand, the arm that was only left with white bones, and lightly waved. It looked like a simple action, but it carried the charm of splitting open heaven and earth. It could sever all great Tao, the ultimate source of martial arts. Step of wisdom, Pangu attacked, one attacking, one defending, shocking attack. The 9th level shook. Under Lin Ling's light chop, countless light scattered down like snow. A narrow path appeared in front of Lin Ling. The path leading to the island was completely opened. The miasma that wanted to defeat Lin Ling was also destroyed with a chop, unstoppable. And Lin Ling advanced like this, as if he did not experience any life and death crisis. That figure was so calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Rumble. Looking from the island, the miasma of the 9th level was not only flashing lightning and thunder, but there were also divine flames illuminating the world. Occasionally, there would be strong winds blowing. It was incomparably terrifying. But soon, everything returned to normal and returned to normal. The gods on the island were all silent. They stared at the miasma, but the figure they were waiting for did not appear. There were only 2 reasons for this result. First, Lin Ling died. Second, Lin Ling left the island. At this moment, everyone's body trembled. Then, they looked at Yu and the rest, wanting to see the answer from their faces. Yu and the rest were also very nervous. But after waiting for a while, they did not hear Lin Ling's voice. According to the norm, if Lin Ling died, the Tao realm would take Lin Ling away. Then, Lin Ling would definitely transmit a message to them in the void of the 9 states, reminding them that he, Lin Ling, had failed. But now there was none. Nothing. Brother Ling, you did it. After waiting for a long time, Yu finally laughed. As soon as her voice fell, treasure god Namwu Fingyu and the rest also laughed. A heroic feeling rose in their hearts. The third person, looking at the gods on the island, they were greatly affected and sighed again and again. Although they had guessed that this would be the result, they still felt lucky in their hearts. But in the end, this bit of luck disappeared with the wind. Chapter 4588. His blinded eyes were now recovering. His dull hair was now regaining its luster. His broken body was now regrowing flesh. Everything was being restored to normal. I'm out. Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at the winding path. His expression began to become excited, because outside the island, that was the true Tao realm. The winding path looked very ordinary, and there was no trace of the desolate aura from before. Lin Ling felt as if he was walking on a small road in the countryside. When he completely walked out, the real desolate world appeared in front of him. The land stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was filled with boundless spiritual energy, the ancient volcanoes, and all kinds of plants that seemed like the beginning of the world. Everything was so ancient and so powerful. Rumble. But what shocked Lin Ling was that as soon as he came out, he saw an earth-shattering battle. The Pure White Maiden and Saint Guy were working together to fight against a group of powerful ancient gods. Many of these ancient gods had the strength of a mid-god, and with the raise of their hands, millions of divine force erupted. There were countless mid-god divine embryos, and even a wisp of fire was an ancient divine fire. Ha ha ha, Eastern Emperor Bell. A domineering voice sounded, and an old man with long hair was controlling a huge fire-blocking dome to suppress Saint Guy and Saint Guy. Looking around, he saw that all of the gods were using their divine essence to fuel the flames. They attacked him without saying a word, causing the fire-blocking dome to snatch his constantly emit terrifying flames. He and Whitewater Pure Maiden were caught off sweating profusely and were suppressed in one move. They were having a hard time. Most importantly, but their faces were full out of the miasma for long. They seemed to have their eyes on Saint Guy's Eastern Emperor Bell. After all, I didn't expect to encounter such a chaos divine artifact on my way here. This is only fate. By walking out of the island could they recover. The universe's fate. Hold on. The old man looked up and laughed. Maiden gritted her teeth. Although he was having a hard time her controlling the fire-blocking dome, Shang-Gi had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before he could refine even if he had a divine artifact in hand. If it weren't for the reason why Shang-Gi could still fend off the mid-god woman was because of Whitewater Pure Maiden. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. You've lived for thousands of years, Whitewater Pure and your kindness is immeasurable. Had only recovered 30% of her strength in the surroundings leaving the island. Help him. What a powerful Dong cheered and encouraged him. The two of you, underneath the fire dome, can actually fend off a dozen lesser deities, threatening to destroy the heaven and earth. The old man said inside the dome, Your Excellency, bell was hanging in the air. The Donghuang bell is emitting the most precious treasure of the Donghuang Below the bell were Saint Guy even if you have Whitewater Pure Maiden. What's the use if you can't control it? Was pale as why he tried his best to control the Grand Orient Bell to fend off the god fire. Shang-Gi said, moreover, he was also very depressed. You don't have to worry about that. This was because when he had just walked out of the miasma, just because others can't control it doesn't mean that this old encountered a group of gods. Hurry up and die. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. It was obvious that he had reached his limit, but he believed that the two would fall before him. As someone came out. Suddenly, someone saw Lin Ling in the distance. Shang-Gi and the rest turned to look, and their faces lit up with joy. Lin Ling had also walked out of the island. Originally, they wanted Lin Ling to help, but they suddenly thought of something and immediately shut up. This was because they knew that Lin Ling, who had just walked out of the island, was in the same state as them. He was very weak at the moment. A lesser deity? Where did this trash come from? If he dares to interfere, this old ancestor will chop him into pieces. The old man also saw Lin Ling. At first he was worried that he might be some expert, but fortunately, he was just a lesser deity, so there was nothing to be worried about. Moreover, although he was the third person to walk out of the island, it didn't mean that he knew Shang-Gi and the rest, so they wouldn't dare to interfere. Brat, if you dare to talk too much about this matter, you will die without a complete corpse. Our old ancestor will kill you every time he sees you, until you don't dare to enter the Tao realm. Scram! All the intermediate deities were urging, so the lesser deities all shouted at Lin Ling. Their expressions were dignified, as if they were rewarding Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced around and roughly knew what was going on. He didn't say anything and sat down cross-legged. Hee, this brat has foresight. That's it. Don't interfere in things that you shouldn't. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't even dare to fart, everyone felt that this was normal. After all, if a lesser deity dared to talk nonsense in front of them, that would be abnormal. However, they were also mocking Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was too cowardly. In any case, they were from the same island. Even if they didn't know each other, they had seen each other before. Now that he saw a fellow cultivator in trouble, not only did he not help, but he even sat down cross-legged like a turtle and cultivated. He was a king disgrace to the world's ancient great deities. Trash. That's right. If it were me, I would do my best to help, even if I wasn't a match for him. Coward. The lesser deities stood on the moral high ground and mocked Lin Ling. Even the old man's eyes were filled with disdain. However, since the other party was a coward and trash, then he might as well kill him as well. He was an eyesore. He's probably not a big deal. Kill him. He spat out a sentence, then ignored them, and focused on killing 1 or 2 people from Holy Return. Such a small fry. He probably just walked out of the miasma. His strength is limited just like a child. Come, let's go kill him. Upon hearing the order, all the low-level deities walked towards Lin Ling. Their abilities were all at the peak of low-level deities, and they had also walked out of the miasma before. However, it was not on the island that Lin Ling was on. This was because in this Tao realm, there were countless miasma, and some were strong, some were weak. They didn't know how many layers of miasma there were on the island Lin Ling was on, but the miasma they walked through was only the 6th layer. Chapter 4589. Afraid of Death. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged, but a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He really didn't know how to write the word afraid of death in this life. The reason he didn't speak or help was that Lin Ling understood the situation clearly. He knew that the key now was to recover his strength. Even if he recovered half of his strength, it would be the death of this group of dregs. However, even though Lin Ling's recovery speed was very fast, he still needed a short period of time. Therefore, Lin Ling revealed a panicked expression and asked with a frown, "Who are you people?" "Haha, little devil, this god is Taiping's leader Yuji. I forgive your ignorance and lack of knowledge. You don't know how mighty this god was in the age of the gods. Now obediently die." The burly man burst into laughter. "This god is the watchful god Lu Hong. Holy Lord Yu Sheng." The lower god behind the burly man also spoke proudly. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed that these should be the reincarnations of the gods of the past. However, at that time, they were probably minor officials in the heavenly court. What Taiping's leader? He was probably a teacher. What watchful god? To put it bluntly, he was just a watchman, someone who struck the clock. These minor officials dared to touch Lin Ling? "Why do you want to kill me?" Lin Ling seemed to be even more panicked. However, he also sensed that the strength in his body was rapidly recovering. Just a little bit more. "Haha, little devil. I don't know which era you are from, but you're too stupid. Why do we want to kill you? You saw something you shouldn't have seen. How can we let you live? Besides, although you can't stop Patriarch Lei Tai's important matter, you're an eyesore. Do you know that? Do you know what an eyesore is? It's an existence like a pile of shit. It's not pleasing to the eye. Do you understand?" Taiping's leader said disdainfully. Haha. Behind him, the other lesser gods began to laugh even louder. "You want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens?" Lin Ling asked again. "Bullshit. Ever since the will of the world was born, the heavenly Tao collapsed. Where is the heavenly punishment? Everything has changed. The ancient great gods only think about themselves. Only by becoming stronger can they not die. That's right, that's right. The so-called heavenly punishment is bullshit. Now that the 5 emperors have revived and reincarnated, didn't they also die back then? Is this the heavenly punishment? The 5 sovereigns have the same lifespan as the heavens, but they still have to die. Is this the heavenly punishment? In front of great power, Tian Fa is nothing but a fleeting cloud. The lower deities spoke in disdain. Back then how glorious were they? However, the dusk of the gods arrived, and all of them died. After they reincarnated, they came to the primal chaos realm. They started from the bottom, and suffered all kinds of humiliation. So, they had long disregarded Tian Fa. Be obedient and be my hour. At that moment, God's patience seemed to have run out as he launched an attack at Lin Ling. Time flowed, and the sun, moon, and stars quickly appeared. At this moment, it was as if the god of time controlled the flow of time. Although there was no god's stairway, the power of the god was not weak. It was in the 200,000 range. Has he turned into the river of time? Seeing that the god of time had attacked, the other ancient deities were too lazy to attack. They wanted to watch Lin Ling turn into nothingness. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally stood up. Although he had not recovered his full strength, he had at least recovered half of his essence, energy and spirit. As for the remaining half, he believed that after the battle, he would gradually recover. After all, these small deities in front of him were not very strong. Xiao, with the tyrannical song sword in hand, killing intent gushed out, and a sea of blood flooded out. If Lin Ling was like a gentle scholar a moment ago, he was at a loss and fearful of the unknown future. But at this moment, he had transformed into a god emperor. His might shocked the world and rebuked the world. Rumble! The terrifying stairway of death not only cut off the river of time, but also a fierce sword slashed at the god of time, wanting to kill him completely. Of course, at the critical moment, the Tao realm appeared and took him away. You, wrapped in the power of the five-colored light, the god of time was furious. This guy was actually so strong. What was detestable was that he was actually pretending to be pitiful. Damn it! If there is no heaven's punishment, I am heaven's punishment. Lin Ling held the blood sword diagonally and looked at the lower deities coldly. The lower deities were silent, as if they could not believe their eyes. Was this still the small deity who was panicking and begging for mercy? You tricked us. The Taiping cult leader roared angrily. He was so angry that his god position was unstable. It's not really a trick. I just came out of the miasma, and my essence, energy, and spirit have not recovered. At that time, you could have easily killed me. Of course now, it's me who can easily kill you. Lin Ling said calmly. You lied to me. How can you recover your strength so quickly? The Taiping cult leader roared again. You'll know after the battle. Lin Ling did not waste any more words. His physical strength erupted, and he slashed fiercely. Compared to the recovery of spirit energy, Lin Ling's physical strength recovered much faster. Lin Ling had 7 dantians, and 5 of them were mid-god embryos. Even if he recovered 30% of his strength, it was still no small matter. Now that he had recovered half of his strength, it was equivalent to the strength of 5 peak lower deities fusing together. Whoosh! With a ferocious slash, the Taiping cult leader was taken away by the Tao realm. I can't accept this. This is the second time I've died. There's only one heavens will left. Feeling himself drifting further and further away, the Taiping cult leader's eyes turned red. The next time he appeared in the Tao realm, if someone tried to kill him, he would no longer have the help of the Tao realm. He would die completely. Just the thought of it was so terrifying that he did not dare to come to the Tao realm anymore. Die! Lin Ling's killing intent surged as he killed another ancient deity. No, I don't have the help of the Tao realm anymore. The ancient deity was in an even worse state. He had already used up the protection of the Tao realm 3 times. This meant that he would die completely and disappear forever in the river of history. It would be very difficult for him to reincarnate into his original body again. Because of the heavenly mandate, the ancient deities of the past had all reincarnated. But if they died again, their life's fortune would be lost in the river of time. After they reincarnated again, it would be difficult for them to return to their original bodies. They might reincarnate into animals, or they might reincarnate into other families. I didn't provoke you, but you came to kill me? What a joke. You should have run far away after meeting me. Lin Ling ignored the ancient deity's resentment. To him, those who dared to kill him should all die. This guy is so strong. Does the island he just passed have 9 layers of fog? Seeing Lin Ling slaughtering the ancient gods, as if he were chopping vegetables, the remaining people started to panic. First stage. Lin Ling saw that his spirit energy had recovered a lot, and immediately fused with his innate talent. This greatly increased his speed, attack and defense. Whoosh! Blood flowed like a river as another ancient deity died. It could be said that he killed a deity with 1 slash. How dare you! An ancient deity with a high status in the past shouted with dignity. Back then he controlled millions of divine weapons. Now he was threatened by an unknown junior. Chapter 4590. Junior, tell me your name. When I return in the future, I'll definitely take your head. Some ancient gods couldn't bear the humiliation and planned to self-detonate, so that the Tao realm expert could take them away. Of course, before they left, they would remember this blood feud. I'm Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't hide anything. The next time you come to the Dao realm, come find me if you have the ability. I'll kill you every time I see you. Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength yet, so the next time they met, it was hard to say who would die. Lei Gong Lin Ling. All of the ancient great gods remembered this name. They lost their lives one after another, and were brought away by the Dao realm experts. Take care, I won't send you off. Watching those ancient gods leave, Lin Ling smiled coldly and waved his hand. Without a doubt, this action angered those ancient gods. Among them were emperors, generals, and ancestors from the age of the gods. But they were still killed by a nameless junior. How could they not be angry? In a short period of time, all the low-level gods disappeared. Rumble. Around the fire-blocking dome, the mid-level gods had ugly expressions, as if they had been played. Afraid of death. Coward. Trash. You must be kidding me. That kid had planned to interfere in this matter from the beginning. But he was just pretending, using the time to recover his strength. Now they were using all their strength to activate the fire-blocking dome, using the Taili fire to burn those two people. They couldn't spare any time to deal with that low-level god. Damn it! In the past, no matter how strong that low-level god was, he was just an ant to them. There was no need to be threatened like this. Lin Ling held his sword and walked over step by step. He seemed to only have the strength of a low-level god, but every step he took seemed to stomp on the mid-level gods' hearts, shocking them like thunder. Because at this moment, if that kid acted recklessly, they would definitely be hit by the power of the Taili fire and be seriously injured. What incredible strength! You make it sound so powerful. If he becomes a mid-level god, why are you compromising with me now? Matter. Lin Ling stopped in front of the blazingly fire dome one of the five and said with a faint smile. The originally domineering and unruly fire dome man. He wanted to find a weakness in it and save Suddenly spoke indifferently. And the others. I'm Hearing Lin Ling's words, one of the three Thunder provinces turned cold. They also call me Thunder has a sharp ancestor. If it weren't for the divine throne of the five emperors, he would have slapped him to death. This is the divine throne of great the most important thing now is to keep this brat in the untainted era. He would slowly deal with this brat. Enter this divine throne with the Eastern Emperor, you will be able to roam freely in 30% of the Dao realm. With you because I think the old man continued. If I recommend you to great Emperor Jun, it also represents an era. Be happy. It means that in the desolate era, do you really want to offend great Emperor Jun for the two of them? And even the current era, one of them is the successor of the Eastern Emperor gods and do whatever you want. The Eastern Emperor Bell. In the future, his name will shake the entire era. You can't compare to him at all. When he achieves great success in the future, he won't put you in his eyes. As for the other one, she is a mid-god. To a mid-god, a lower god is like an ant. Even if you risk your life to save her, she won't be grateful to you. I'm afraid that even if you want to be her servant, she won't accept you. Thunder Tai Ancestor said with a smile, his words sowing discord. Indeed, if the two of them manage to escape, they will think twice if I want to be their servant. Hearing this, Lin Ling also nodded affirmatively. That's right. So why offend Great Emperor Jun for them? Instead, join us. Great Emperor Jun will give you a deity position. Seeing Lin Ling nod, Thunder Tai Ancestor was ecstatic. This kid has fallen for it. However, this joy didn't last long, because Lin Ling had already regretfully shook his head. Actually, they won't agree to me being their servant. That's because the kid with the Eastern Emperor Bell is under my command. Lin Ling said lightly. What? Under your command? Thunder Tai Ancestor blinked, startled. The other mid-gods also felt that Lin Ling was joking. He owned the Eastern Emperor Bell, and was a member of the Eastern Emperor clan. How could he be under this kid's command? What the hell? You say you're friends? We'll believe that. Under your command, would the Eastern Emperor clan be willing to put down their pride to be your subordinate? As for the girl, she's my servant. At this time, Lin Ling said again. If not for the fact that the gods had to activate the flames, they would have fainted at this moment. After all, in the Dao realm, one's previous life didn't matter at all. What mattered was one's strength, background, and identity in this life. Therefore, a mid-god would always be a lesser god's equal. Now, a mid-god was a servant? Being your wife is already giving you enough face. Yet you still want to call her a servant? Although I'm very interested in your great Emperor Jun, one is my subordinate, and the other is my servant. As their lord, how can I stand by and watch? Lin Ling shook his head. His words carried a sense of mission, as if he wanted to protect everyone. Bah! A mid-god couldn't help but curse. Just a lesser god. Did he really think he was an ancient god? How could he protect everyone? If not for the fact that they had to activate the fire-blocking dome, they could kill this kid with a single finger. Are you kidding me? Thunder Tai Ancestor's face turned ugly. He had been happy for nothing. Of course, he didn't think that Lin Ling had the qualifications to be some lord. Kid, let me tell you, you want to save them? With your strength, you're dreaming. Thunder Tai Ancestor's murderous aura surged. Now get the hell out of here, or you'll die without a doubt. Old man, if you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why bother talking nonsense? Lin Ling wasn't afraid in the slightest. Moreover, once your fire-blocking dome is activated, the Tai Li fire will burn everything, including you. That's why you need the fire-blocking dome, to suppress the Tai Li fire. That's why you can't separate yourselves. Therefore, it won't be difficult to break your fire-blocking dome. You have good eyesight. However, you're right. But with your strength, do you think you can break the fire-blocking dome? Thunder Tai Ancestor said coldly. As long as I break your dome, the Tai Li fire will erupt and feed back to you. Therefore, I think I can. Lin Ling took a step forward, leapt forward, and charged towards Patriarch Lei Tai. You're courting death. The power of the fire-blocking dome isn't something a lesser god can resist. If you fail, you'll die without a doubt. Thunder Tai Ancestor didn't panic at all. He didn't think that Lin Ling had the strength to affect him. Chapter 4591. It seemed like a simple action, but it was enough to split the heavens and earth apart, severing the primordial chaos, and creating life and the boundless universe. As of this moment, the eyes of the common gods around the enormous fire-leaving gauntlet flickered, as they realized that the world of the proto-wilds had vanished. All that remained was a single figure standing there in midair, using the power of a giant god to punish everything. Boom! When the strike landed on Lei Tai's body, his body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He instantly sensed that an unstoppable force was about to tear him apart. Although he was using all his strength to activate the Tai Li fire, causing his defense to be greatly reduced, a lowly demigod was still able to attack him. However, for a lesser god to be able to injure him, this was something unbelievable in the entire Dao realm, or even in the entire era. For mid-gods, no matter how strong a lowly demigod was, they could never hurt a mid-god. But now this logic was broken. Pooh! Lei Tai spat out another mouthful of blood. He sensed that the force that was tearing him apart was even stronger. If he didn't abandon the Firelight Dome now, he would definitely be in danger. However, if he abandoned it, he would still be in danger, and be attacked by the Tai Li fire. Of course, one was a life-and-death crisis, and the other was a serious injury. He naturally chose the latter. Little bastard, I won't let you go. Lei Tai cursed, retracted his divine essence and retreated wildly. Boom! Just as he retreated from the Firelight Dome, a terrifying flame exploded, causing Lei Tai to spit out blood again and again. As for the enormous fire-leaving dome, it was beginning to tremble as well, causing all of the gods in the area to turn pale, and their bodies to tremble. It's over, it's over. They had gathered so much energy into the Firelight Dome, constantly activating the Tai Li fire. Now that it had erupted, the power was unimaginable. Run! They couldn't care less about Shengyi in the Firelight Dome, and fled frantically. My lord! Boom! A corner of the Firelight Dome was lifted, and two figures quickly shot out. However, the Firelight Dome was still expanding, as if the firelight inside had encountered water, causing an earth-shattering change. The figures who shot out were Shengyi. Shengyi activated the Donghuang Bell to envelop Lin Ling. Just as the Donghuang Bell fell, the expanding Firelight Dome finally erupted. Rumble! Endless Tai Li fire was swallowing and spewing out, destroying everything. The Tai Li fire was the fire that perfected Tai used to refine pills in ancient times. Even if it was just a spark, it could burn for millions of years in the void, turning the void into a flaming void. Dong dong dong. Within the Donghuang Bell, Lin Ling, and the other two could feel the Donghuang bell shaking violently. Even with the protection of the Donghuang bell, they could still feel a burning sensation. Thinking about it, without the protection of the Donghuang bell, the three of them would have died without a doubt. When he thought about the god-level experts outside, they probably wished that their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. Even for someone as powerful as them, when faced with the Taili fire, it would be an arduous and unrewarding task. What a terrifying flame. This is a true divine fire. Lin Ling said solemnly. His human monarch flame paled in comparison to the Taili fire. Of course, this was normal. One was the first flame of mankind, and the other was the flame that created the world. Naturally, there was no comparison. After a long time, the sound of the wind outside gradually died down. Saint Guy activated the Donghuang bell to check the outside world. After the Donghuang bell slowly rose, what entered their eyes was a fiery red world. Even though the energy had reached its end, Lin Ling and the rest could still feel their bodies burning. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the explosion was. In fact, they didn't know that even the great ancient gods on the island behind the fog could vaguely see the terrifying flame soaring into the sky. The flame rushed to the river around the island and instantly killed many ancient giant crocodiles. It seemed that even a god-level expert couldn't resist the power of this divine fire. Kid, I won't let you go. At this time, god-level experts crawled up from the flames on the ground. However, their bodies were covered in flames that continued to burn them, making them look very miserable. After cursing, the five-colored light appeared and brought them away. Even god-level experts had fallen. They couldn't resist the burning of the Taili fire. Of course, saying that the Taili fire killed them was more accurate to say that Lin Ling killed them. Being killed by a lower god was an endless humiliation to them. Most importantly, it wasn't just one god-level expert who killed more than a dozen god-level experts. Just thinking about it made them hate him to the core. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I, Leitai Patriarch, will not live under the same sky as you. Wait for me. When I return, I will kill you as soon as possible. At this time, there was an explosion in front of them. Thunder roared as an old man floated in the air. Apart from the thunder on his body, there was also the Taili fire burning him. He glared angrily at Lin Ling under the Donghuang bell, feeling disgusted as if he had eaten countless flies. It's just playing with fire. Lin Ling calmly replied. Cunning and shrewd. The two of you are together with him. Be careful that he doesn't betray you. I think he helped you because of your Donghuang bell. Leitai Patriarch suddenly smiled at Sheng Yi, trying to drive a wedge between them. Clearly, he knew that with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to obtain the Donghuang bell. But before that, he wanted to see that despicable little bastard die. Sorry, but he really is my lord. How could Sheng Yi not know what Leitai Patriarch meant? To him, if Lin Ling wanted to use the Donghuang bell, he would give it to Lin Ling. When he was at his weakest, it was Lin Ling who helped him without asking for anything. It was also Lin Ling who brought Leigong Hall to its most glorious moment. After so many years of contact, Lin Ling was the second person Sheng Yi trusted other than Leigong. You're really despicable. He's just a lower god. How can he be your lord? You're a disgrace to the Donghuang clan. Leitai Patriarch cursed when he saw that his plot had failed. Sorry, but I'm also his servant. At this time, Pure Maidenbai also spoke. This time, she didn't resist being called a servant. Before she met Lin Ling, she was still trying to break through to the Great Seal realm in the Broken Realm. But after meeting Lin Ling, not only was she free, but she had also reached the realm that her father yearned for. The Dao realm. Her father was right when he told her to follow Lin Ling. You're also despicable. Leitai Patriarch felt like he had been slapped twice when he saw Pure Maidenbai admit it. He couldn't understand where that kid got the courage to summon these two experts. The current you should be very weak, right? Should we send you away? Or do you want to leave on your own? At this moment, Saint Guy said indifferently, and the smile on his face was filled with mockery. Chapter 4592. We'll meet again. His entire body exploded, brought away by a wave of five-colored light, leaving the Tao realm. The life he left behind in the Tao realm was wasted for nothing. In a short period of time, all of the intermediate gods had perished. Only the ground continued to burn with scorching flames. Let's leave this place. Lin Ling knew that they shouldn't stay here for long. He was afraid that the Taili fire would explode. Then, the three carefully avoided the Taili fire and ran into the distance. Under a large tree not far from the island, the three of them sat cross-legged. They were not far from the island, and they could see the vast yellow river. The large tree they were on was like an umbrella, and it was very ancient. Under the large tree, it would take a lot less time to recover. Rumble. Behind them was a huge volcano. The volcano would erupt from time to time and rain lava down from the sky. However, the lava was blocked by the umbrella tree. This Tao realm is indeed a desolate land. It's a mess. Lin Ling looked at the yellow river in front of him, and then at the volcano behind him. He shook his head helplessly. Bai Shui and Su Nu were recovering, so Lin Ling transmitted to Yu and the rest to let them know that they were fine. Yu and the rest transmitted to Lin Ling that treasure god Nanwufingyu, and the rest were preparing to break through the miasma again. They would meet up with them soon. Grandpa Treasure God and the rest reached the 5th level. They have some item fragments that can be exchanged for treasures to cultivate. After this cultivation, the chances of leaving the miasma realm are very high. He had one from the Calamity Traversing and the rest should be back soon. He now had more than 600 Tao realm fragments. Let them break through the miasma, however, and enter the Tao realm together. Lin Ling didn't intend to exchange for any treasures. Because the Tao realm was very dangerous. Now was to step into the ranks of people in Lei Gong's hall. After all, the first to explore. No matter how strong he was as a lower god, I wonder how Lord Ning, he was and the rest like of the spirit nation of god, and the 10 orthodoxies are doing. Into the ranks of mid-gods could he walk out of the Tao realm. It was not easy for them to walk out of the island from the Lei Gong palace. Lin Ling continuously probed the Tao returning realm, had also began to prepare the treasures he needed to break through to become a mid-level deity. Weren't strong. Lin Ling, this means that there are strong Tao realm fragments as well, so that you can break through to the deity realm and encounter a weaker fog. My then Lord should be in the Tao realm at now. This time, however, the Tao realm and the others who had recovered their strength to encounter one and said, Patriarch Lightning Tai said that the 5 emperors were the most ancient of the Your Wild's 5 emperors. Just be patient. Who would have thought that they would appear in the Tao realm? Rejected them. Hopefully, he continued to search for the Tao realm more ancient gods in the future. However, there were many ways to get Tao realm and began to cultivate as well. Unfortunately, he had passed through the miasma too little and obtained the process was too troublesome. While there were many rewards, but the difficulty was too high. Lin Ling had a headache. Oh right, Hong Yun ancestor said that third ghost master is very familiar with the Tao realm. Why don't I ask him for advice? Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something. He quickly used the square prison and entered it. My lord, have you seen my son ancestor Hong Yun? As Lin Ling walked through the prison, he passed by ancestor Hong Yun's prison. The old man asked excitedly. Not yet. I just walked out of the fog and met a mid-god called Ancestor Lei Tai. He caused me a lot of trouble. Now I want more Tao realm fragments so that I can break through to the next realm as soon as possible. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said indifferently. 3 lightning provinces, Ancestor Lei Tai? F*CK, is that kid rebelling? How dare he touch my lord? Hearing this, Ancestor Hong Yun was furious. If Lin Ling died, he would never be able to leave the prison and see Ancestor Hong Yun again. You know them? Lin Ling looked at Ancestor Hong Yun curiously. Of course I know them. Back then, he was just a small god in charge of thunder. Later on, he offended a great god and was no longer a god. I remember when he left the heavenly court. He was crying and begging me to show him the way. Ancestor Hong Yun said disdainfully. This made Lin Ling laugh. It turned out that the so-called ancestor Lei Tai was just a child in front of the true ancient gods. Oh right, how is third ghost master? Is he easy to talk to? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked again. Third ghost master is not easy to talk to. He is very cold. Back in the ancient times, he was very powerful and was the most mysterious among the ancient gods. Not many people knew about his background, and no one knew how powerful he was. Later on, I heard that he offended a great ancient god, the Nether River sect. Ancestor Hong Yun was framed by the Nether River sect and was sent to this prison. The Nether River sect seems to be an ancient god. His strength is comparable to the Buddha god. That's right. But sir, why are you looking for third ghost master? Although I am not very familiar with the Tao state, I should be able to help. I am now near the island, and I want to get more Tao state fragments. I am trying to see if there is a way to get more Tao state fragments. Island. Is there a river with an ancient giant beast in the foggy island? That's simple. The reward for killing an ancient giant beast with red hair is 3,000 Tao state fragments for the first time. The second time it is 1,000. The third time it is 500. The rewards are getting lesser and lesser. There are only ancient giant crocodiles in the river. Is that possible? Yes. Sir, if you look closely, you will notice that there are a few types of crocodiles with red hair. It is said that they are formed by a strand of divine origin energy of the ancient giant god. If you kill them, you will be rewarded. Not many people know about this secret. Lin Ling was overjoyed when he heard that. 3,000 Dao Realm fragments was a pretty good harvest. Although the ancient giant crocodiles were powerful, anything was possible if they joined forces with Shengyi and the rest. Alright, I will try my best to help you find Ancestor Hong Yin. Lin Ling left after saying that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I kneel down in front of you. Ancestor Hong Yin kowtowed to Lin Ling in excitement. Although the secret he revealed would cause countless ancient gods in the Dao realm to go crazy. After all, 3,000 Dao realm fragments from killing an ancient giant beast was not a small amount. Chapter 4593. After leaving the prison, Lin Ling checked on Saint Yi and Saint Yi. Seeing that they had recovered their strength, he told them about his plan. Primordial alligator? Saint Yi and White Maiden frowned. They knew how terrifying the primordial alligator was. It was as powerful as a mid-god, and even stronger than the average mid-god. Don't worry, I've thought about it. If we fight on the river, we'll definitely lose. However, if we can lure the primordial alligator up, it won't be difficult. Lin Ling said with a smile. If that's the case, we still have a chance. Shengyi and Whitewater Pure Maiden nodded. Let's see how Grandpa Treasure God and the others are doing. Lin Ling asked Yu and learned that Nanwufingyu and Qilin were already breaking through the miasma. Since that was the case, he would wait for them. After all, time was not a problem. The three of them sat down cross-legged and made use of the time to increase their strength. Lin Ling knew that it would be dangerous later, so he focused on increasing his speed. Of course, it would be difficult to increase his speed in a short period of time. Therefore, his eyes fell on the Quafu sun-chasing boots. Last time, under the Celestial Mountain, he had used the blood of the Quafu tribe to activate this divine artifact. Speed. Now if he wanted to fully control this divine artifact, he needed to be sincere enough to move metal and stone. Ever since the Celestial Mountain, Lin Ling had been using his blood essence to nourish this divine artifact. Now he wanted to try it out. As his divine energy quietly poured in, an ancient aura began to spread. Lin Ling saw a primitive world in his mind. There were no plants or living things in this world. There were only lonely mountains. In the sky, the scorching sun roasted the earth. The temperature was incomparably high. A huge giant was running on the ground, chasing the sun in the sky as if it wanted to destroy Lin Ling's third-stage talent fusion chasing boots. His speed could reach 3 million world speed that he had finally communicated of the most ancient divine weapon. Boots. It was comparable to Shengyi's suddenly surged into Lin Ling's heart. It was just that it had no attack power. Quafu. It could be said that Lin Ling's speed was unparalleled among lower gods. In between Lin Ling's legs, among mid-gods, a pair of ancient boots appeared, there were very few who could catch up to him, a scorching light against a mid-god. Beside him, even if he couldn't win, Whitewater Pure Maiden would not be difficult. Their eyes were filled with shock Lin Ling's because the aura emitted from Lin Ling's body and treasure god Nanwufingyu who had walked out of the fog than the Eastern Emperor Bell. Lin Ling was overjoyed. Lin Ling was still comprehending the treasure god Nanwufingyu had exchanged for the most suitable treasures. Chaos divine weapon was incredibly powerful. Lin Ling a little. It could provide the most ancient and strongest speed of gods have been trapped on the island. And now, none of them had Lin Ling was only at the initial stage of comprehending the Nanwufingyu had succeeded on their second try. Lin Ling's speed had already there must have been some fortuitous encounter. Worlds. Young Lin was also normal. His origin was not weak. As for treasure god Nanwufingyu, He must have encountered some good fortune. Lin Ling. After a while, Treasure God Nanwufinyu and Treasure God Nanwufinyu came over. After seeing Lin Ling's group from afar, they all smiled excitedly. No matter what, the strongest people in Lei Gong's hall could gather. This was better than anything else. Treasure God Grandpa, you guys recover first. After the few of them gathered, Lin Ling told them his purpose. TSK, killing the ancient crocodile, that's too perverse. After knowing Lin Ling's thoughts, young Lin was a little tongue-tied, because he also knew how terrifying those ancient crocodiles were. No matter, we still have a chance of winning. Most importantly, after killing the ancient crocodile, we'll get 3,000 Dao Realm fragments. If we divide them equally, everyone will get quite a bit. Lin Ling comforted. 3,000. Young Lin and Treasure God Nanwufingyu's eyes turned red. They knew that in the Dao Realm, they would get 1 Dao Realm fragment every 100,000 years. 3,000, how many tens of thousands of years would that take? Is this news true? Treasure God Nanwufingyu felt that if this news spread, the Dao Realm experts would go crazy for a short while. Don't worry, it's definitely true. Lin Ling nodded. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and Treasure God Nanwufingyu suppressed their excitement and quickly recovered. After a long time, the two stood up with faces full of anticipation. Everyone is ready, let's go capture the ancient crocodile. Lin Ling was also a little excited. A group of lower gods attacking an ancient crocodile. Just thinking about it was exciting. They would probably be the first group of lower gods to go kill an ancient crocodile. Everyone came to the ancient riverside, not daring to get too close. Their eyes were fixed on the rolling yellow river water. From time to time, huge black backs floated out like ancient divine mountains. Lin Ling, have you found the ancient crocodile with red fur on its back? Saint Guy suddenly asked. Lin Ling shook his head. There are too many ancient crocodiles. It's hard to find them in a short time. Also, I don't think I've seen any ancient crocodile with red fur. He carefully searched for a long time, but still found nothing. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that these ancient crocodiles were very rare and were hiding at the bottom of the river. He needed more patience to search for them. Red fur. After a long time, Lin Ling finally found something. He found that one of the ancient crocodile's back did indeed have a strand of red fur the size of a hair. It was hard to see with the naked eye, and Lin Ling found it with his soul force. Of course, that strand of hair looked ordinary, but if one carefully sensed it, they could feel the mysteries within. It was as if the hair had endless vitality. This feeling was very similar to the light of life spat out by the Enlightenment seahorse. If I'm not wrong, it's that one. Lin Ling locked onto that ancient crocodile. But the headache was that this ancient crocodile was hiding in a group of crocodiles. It would be difficult to lure it out of the river. Chapter 4594. Alright. But Lin Ling, you're going to lure them? How are you going to do that? The river is very dangerous. Everyone agreed at first, but when they thought of Lin Ling being the bait, they started to worry again. Sir, I have the Donghuang bell to protect me. Let me go. Saint Guy volunteered. Do you know which one it is? Even if I tell you which one it is, there are so many crocodiles in the river. You'll lose it in the blink of an eye. Alright, let's follow the plan. I'll lure them. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He unleashed his third stage talent fusion and shot towards the ancient river. Even Lin Ling had to be careful when facing the intermediate god primordial crocodile. He unleashed his full speed and dodged the primordial crocodile in the river. He quickly arrived on top of the crimson crocodile and used all his strength to slash at it. Rumble! The river exploded, and countless primordial crocodiles were alarmed. Lin Ling's attack caught them off guard, and they couldn't react in time. A terrifying sword slash, accompanied by a sea of blood, split the river and landed heavily on the crimson crocodile. It actually flipped it over with one slash. Of course, it was only flipped over. The primordial crocodile quickly flipped over and roared at Lin Ling in the sky as it charged towards him. Roar! A gust of wind shot out from the primordial crocodile's mouth. When it reached Lin Ling, he lost his balance and his expression changed drastically. Run! Without saying anything else, Lin Ling unleashed his full speed and rushed towards the river bank. Rumble! Almost at the same time, the river water shot up into the sky like an apocalyptic explosion. Countless primordial crocodiles rushed out of the water and chased after Lin Ling. Among them, the crimson crocodile was the fastest. Clearly, it was completely enraged by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, hurry up! On the riverbank, treasure god Nanwufingyu and the rest shouted worriedly. Lin Ling's face was grim as he looked back. What he saw gave him a huge fright. Behind him were countless mouths that were madly trying to devour him. Lin Ling didn't have the slightest bit of doubt in his eyes. With just one bite, even someone as strong as Lin Ling would be bitten to pieces. That kind of power was definitely at the level of 3,000, or even 50 million worlds. As for Lin Ling's strongest physical strength, even Panga's attack was only 1,500. Bastard, come and kill me. However, Lin Ling was afraid that the red-haired giant crocodile would lose track of him, so he kept slashing out with his sword. Although he couldn't hurt the red-haired giant crocodile, he kept angering it. This ancient crocodile had long since gained sentience. Although it wasn't very smart, it had devoured the essence of the universe for many years and knew a lot of things. They had a feeling that the puny human was not strong and could be swallowed in one gulp. Sir, be careful. Suddenly St. Yi shouted. In front of Lin Ling, a huge mouth suddenly appeared. It turned out that on Lin Ling's way back, those ancient crocodiles were also awakened. This made St. Yi want to rush out of the river bank to help. Don't go. But Pure White stopped him. If you go with your Donghuang bell, those bastards will retreat back into the river. Even if they don't retreat, they won't come ashore easily. These bastards are too cunning. But St. Yi was still worried. Believe in Lin Ling. Treasure god Nanwufingyu also comforted, but his hands were clenched tightly into fists. Sir, do your best. St. Yi didn't dare to spoil the plan, so he held back. He knew that once the Donghuang bell appeared, the sky would change color, and those ancient crocodiles would become cautious. Step of wisdom. At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed the danger in front of him. He quickly activated his soul power to seal those huge mouths. Although it couldn't stop the ancient crocodiles from devouring, it slowed them down, allowing Lin Ling to quickly dodge. Bang bang bang. Those huge mouths suddenly closed, but they didn't bite Lin Ling. Instead, they tore apart the void of the Dao realm. Although Lin Ling avoided the danger in front of him, because of the delay, the ancient crocodiles behind him were getting closer and closer. At this critical moment, Lin Ling had no choice but to use the Quafu Sun chasing boots. Bang! In the sky, a gorgeous flaming footprint was left behind, rushing towards the river bank. From afar, it was beautiful. The sudden burst of speed of 3 million worlds stunned the army behind him. Then, the ancient crocodiles became even angrier. Of course, many ancient crocodiles began to retreat into the water, too lazy to care about Lin Ling. Only the red-furred crocodile was still chasing after Lin Ling, determined to kill him. Whoosh! Lin Ling's speed exploded, but he didn't rush to the river bank. Instead, he chose to use the bait tactic, flying towards the river bank. As a result, the red-furred crocodile took the bait. Every time it wanted to give up, Lin Ling would lure it closer and closer to the river bank. He's coming, young Lin, get ready. At the river bank, Nanwufingyu and Treasure God had been preparing for a long time. When Lin Ling got closer, they attacked. Wind and rain gathered, forming a huge whirlpool that swept towards the red-furred crocodile. Of course, their combined attack couldn't hurt the crocodile at all. Instead, it angered the red-furred crocodile. Bang bang bang. Finally, the crocodile reached the river bank. Lin Ling and the rest gathered together, looking at the huge crocodile. It was fine if they didn't look, but when they did, they were shocked. The giant crocodile was simply too huge. Its body was filled with sharp teeth, like the toughest armor. The armor was filled with an ancient aura. It could be seen that this ancient giant crocodile was quite old. Retreat, attack and retreat at the same time. Lin Ling instructed, and slashed out with his sword at the same time. Roar! The red-furred crocodile roared, and chased after them. getting further and further away from the river bank. Saint Guy! At this moment, Lin Ling finally shouted. It was time for Saint Guy and the rest to attack. Everyone give it your all. Lin Ling then shouted to young Lin and the rest. Dong! The Donghuang bell came down, breaking through time, domineering and majestic. When it hit the crocodile couldn't move anymore, and Lin Ling and the rest's attacks arrived, wreaking havoc on the crocodile. Among them, Pure Lady White controlled the billowing heavenly river to blind the crocodile's eyes, giving it a fatal blow. Of course, what really killed the crocodile was the Donghuang bell. On the ancient bell, the door to the heaven realm opened, and an ancient and domineering power came out, silencing the crocodile. My lord, it's true. 3,000 Tao state shards are in our hands. As soon as the red-furred crocodile died, Saint Guy shouted excitedly, because 3,000 Tao state shards had appeared in his celestial throne. Chapter 4595. 3,000. There are 6 of us, and each of us can get 500 Tao state fragments. Lin Ling was also very excited. The reward from killing one primordial giant crocodile was comparable to all his rewards on the island. Lin Ling now had a total of 1,000 Tao state fragments. Let's do it again. The reward for killing the second red-haired giant crocodile is 1,000. The third one is 500. Alright, let's rest for a while and do it again. Everyone was very excited and quickly sat down to recover. The reward this time was enough to increase their strength greatly. It was even possible for them to step into the ranks of intermediate gods. As long as they became intermediate gods, they would be able to go further in the Tao realm. After a long while, everyone recovered and continued to lure the red-haired giant crocodile onto the shore. After some effort, another 1,000 Tao state fragments were obtained. Next was the third time. Every ancient great god had a total of 3 chances to kill the primordial giant crocodile. If one exceeded 3 chances, there would be no reward. However, when Emperor God Zhonggang and the rest walked out of the island, even Yu and the rest, Lin Ling could help them kill the giant crocodile. Although Lin Ling wouldn't receive any reward, at least it would increase the strength of Yu and the rest greatly. The Tao state fragments obtained from killing the giant crocodile could only be divided among the few who killed it. Those who killed it more than 3 times wouldn't receive any Tao state fragments. Someone is killing the cosmic crocodile? This is crazy. When Lin Ling and the rest killed the third primordial giant crocodile, more than 10 figures walked over from afar. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. What does this mean? Killing the primordial giant crocodile? Could there be some treasure? Impossible. In the Tao realm, many ancient great gods have tried to kill the primordial giant crocodile. However, other than the armor on their bodies, these primordial giant crocodiles are useless. Of course, compared to killing the primordial giant crocodile, I'm more curious about how 4 lower gods and 1 intermediate god are going to kill the primordial giant crocodile. These people were chatting in a carefree manner. Looking at the divine robes they were wearing, they were extremely brilliant. However, they weren't weak. They were all intermediate gods. Hence, when they looked at Lin Ling and the rest, they were looking at their juniors. Rumble. However, when the primordial giant alligator smashed into the ground, the primordial gods were shocked. 12 Chaos Divine Artifacts, the Eastern Emperor Bell. Heavens, that's someone from the Eastern Emperor clan. Moreover, the young man with the Sunflame boots is wearing the Quafu Sunchaser boots, one of the 12 Chaos Divine weapons. How did he get his hands on such a precious treasure? Most importantly, they have all refined it and made the Chaos Divine Artifact recognize them as its master. TSK, these little fellows are really not simple. How could the few of them be as carefree as before? Their horizons had all been broadened. That was because a mere lesser deity was actually this strong. Then they all walked over. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were extremely excited. They had obtained the last 500 Tao Realm shards, and each of them could obtain 100 shards. This time it was a great harvest. Even the treasures that Lin Ling needed to step into the mid-level deity stage would be 80% sufficient. As for treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others, they'd gathered all the treasures they needed a long time ago. It was even to the extent that for the sake of being absolutely safe, they'd bought quite a few treasures that could assist in their breakthroughs. They're so happy after killing the primordial giant crocodile. Are they crazy? What treasures could those primordial giant crocodile have that would make them so happy? If they were ordinary people, I'd think they're crazy too. But don't forget, among the 5 of them, 2 of them have the 12 Chaos Divine weapons. They're definitely not crazy. The reason they're happy is because they've obtained something else. An elderly man said with a faint smile. Fellow cultivators, may I know what the reward for killing the primordial giant crocodile is? Can you tell me? The elder stopped in his tracks and asked politely. His voice also interrupted Lin Ling and the others' excitement. They glanced around and saw that a large number of mid-level deities had appeared behind them. Their strength was incomparably strong. Don't be nervous, we have no ill intentions. I'm one of the 20 Celestials, Polywin Celestial. The elder explained with a smile. This is also one of the 20 Celestials called Brahma Celestial. We're all deities conferred by one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Yao. 5 emperors again? Lin Ling and the others' eyes flickered. Not long ago, Patriarch Lei Tai was a deity conferred by Emperor Jun. This group of people was Emperor Yao. To be honest, because this is our secret, it's inconvenient to tell you. Lin Ling said with a smile and cupped his fists in salute. Although these people had the strength of a mid-level deity, Lin Ling felt that they had no ill intentions, so he replied politely. Oh, Polywin Celestial's expression changed slightly. He smiled again and said, Fellow cultivator, if you really have a secret, there's no harm in telling us. We'll reward you accordingly. All right, 3,000 Dao state fragments and I'll tell you the secret. Lin Ling pondered. He did not intend to hide any secrets. Firstly, even if they killed the red-haired giant crocodile, they would not obtain any Dao state fragments. Secondly, the other party was very polite. At some point in time, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. 3,000. Even so, the mid-level deities were shocked. What an exorbitant price. Did this kid know what 3,000 Dao state fragments represented? Fellow Taoist, isn't 3,000 Dao realm fragments too much? Brahma Celestial said with a smile. He did not blame Lin Ling for his rudeness. If you're Emperor Yao's people, then the information I give you will definitely be beneficial to you. 3,000 Dao state fragments is definitely not a loss for you. Lin Ling also smiled. So sorry, if you want to make a deal then do it. Otherwise, we won't casually tell this secret to others. Alright, we agree. Polywin Celestial pondered for a moment and agreed readily. The mid-level deities around them were secretly shocked. Polywin Celestial actually believed him so quickly? How could they know what Duo Wentian was thinking? Since Duo Wentian saw that Lin Ling and the others had Chaos Divine artifacts, their backgrounds were definitely not simple. Moreover, even if their backgrounds were ordinary, with the Chaos Divine artifacts, they would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Therefore, Duo Wentian wanted to make another friend. Afterwards, Polywin Celestial took out his Dao regression tablet and passed the 3,000 Dao state fragments to Lin Ling. When Lin Ling found out that the Dao regression tablet had gained yet another Dao state fragment, he immediately nodded inwardly. This Polywin Celestial was quite straightforward. Because among the primordial giant crocodiles, one of them has red fur. If you can kill it, the Dao state fragment will reward you with 3,000 Dao state fragments. The second kill will reward you with 1,000 Dao state fragments. The third kill will reward you with 500 Dao state fragments. And that's it. Lin Ling said directly. What? How do you know such a secret? Chapter 4596. They even thought that Lin Ling was lying to them. After all, Lin Ling and the rest were just lesser gods. They had only been in the Dao realm for a few thousand years. They had been here for 1,000,000 years and had never heard of such a thing. You can try. Lin Ling knew that they did not believe him, so he smiled. Red for crocodile? Duo Wentian immediately came to the river and began to investigate. Soon he frowned and said, This river is formed by the giant god's energy. I can only vaguely see the crocodile in the river, but it seems very difficult to find the red fur crocodile. I have a way to find it, but I can't tell anyone about it. So I'm sorry, Lin Ling said apologetically. He had revealed the secret, but he could not possibly help them find the red fur crocodile. Duo Wentian turned to Lin Ling and said politely, "Fellow cultivator, don't worry. It's not that I don't believe you, but I can't find the red fur crocodile. Why don't you come with me to Emperor Yao and give us some pointers?" Lin Ling could not help but look at Saint Guy and the rest, asking for their opinion. However, Saint Guy and the rest were led by Lin Ling, so they let Lin Ling make the decision. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally agreed. They had just left the island, and were not familiar with the Dao realm. Moreover, they had offended the gods on Emperor Jun's side, so it was not a bad idea to lie low for a while. Most importantly, Lin Ling felt that Duo Wentian was not bad. "All right," Lin Ling nodded. "Straightforward. Don't worry, if you meet Emperor Yao, he will definitely appreciate you." Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, Duo Wentian was overjoyed. The other mid-gods also smiled politely at Lin Ling, and the rest, then led the way. Although Lin Ling's group was just a low god, they did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling's group, because they possessed chaos divine artifacts. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling's group had a powerful background. Along the way, they flew across the boundless wilderness. Along the way, they encountered enormous demons, which were all dealt with by Duo Wentian and the others. This made Lin Ling realize how powerful these common gods were. After one became a mid-level deity, one's power of divinity would be in the millions. A low-level deity would not be able to compare at all. Moreover, if one's talent was exceptional after breaking through, the amount of divine force one could obtain wouldn't be just 1,000,000. It would be even greater. After a long time, a surging river appeared before his eyes. Beside the river, there was an endless stream of ancient gods cultivating. They had their own caverns, and were either comprehending the Tao by the river, or in their own caverns. Rays of treasure lights would occasionally soar into the sky. Lin Ling's gaze swept over the place, and he quietly discovered that there were more mid-level deities here than lesser deities. On top of that, the lesser deities all looked relatively young. When Duo Wentian arrived with Lin Ling's group, all the ancient gods were attracted to them. There were Buddhas, divine generals, emperors, and deity kings. They all looked curiously at Lin Ling's group. Moreover, they were powerful, and had the means to investigate Lin Ling's past and present life. However, due to etiquette, they did not do so. They left a very good impression on Lin Ling's group. "This is Lei Gong Lin Ling. This is Sheng Yi of the East Royal Clan. This is Whitewater Pure Maiden. Back then, her father was the Sky River Water God. This is Nanwufinyu Treasure God from the era of the gods. This is Young Lin." Duo Wentian smiled as he introduced Lin Ling's group to them. "Descendants of the East Royal Tai? TSK, how rare." The ancient gods were shocked, and they were even more polite to Lin Ling's group. "Sky River Water God, haha. Back then we were close friends. How is your father now? Back then, he was incomparably powerful. If he hadn't fallen, his strength would definitely surpass all of us. Treasure God Nanwufinyu, haha. Do you still remember me?" Following that, many people walked out from the crowd and greeted him with smiles. They all recognized Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others. And some of the reincarnated gods from the era of the gods even recognized Treasure God Nanwufinyu. "It's you guys." After some conversation, Treasure God Nanwufinyu was very surprised. Although he wasn't very familiar with these gods who greeted him, they had met and chatted a little in the past. Never had they imagined that they would actually be able to meet again after 1,000,000 years. "Treasure God Nanwufinyu, you didn't reincarnate?" After some conversation, the mid-level deities looked at Treasure God Nanwufinyu in shock. Shocked that he had come back to life in the era of the gods. "Haha, looking at all of you right now, I want to reincarnate even more now." Treasure God Nanwufinyu couldn't help but laugh after seeing these familiar faces. They were all reincarnated, but they were now intermediate gods while he was still a lesser god. "You are thinking too much. The reason why we can cultivate faster is because we have been in the Tao realm for a long time. Moreover, after reincarnating, we appeared in the primal chaos realm, so our conditions are much better than yours. Plus, after entering the Tao realm, we followed Emperor Yao, so our treatment was naturally not bad. These familiar faces didn't want to embarrass treasure god Nanwufingyu, and immediately explained. It's fine, as long as we can enter the Tao realm. Treasure god Nanwufingyu waved his sleeve without a care. The smile on his face was still there. Clearly, today's unexpected event left him in a good mood. This is Lei Gong Lin Ling? Lei Gong from the era of the gods? Someone looked at Lin Ling and asked. This person came from the era of the gods, so he clearly knew Lei Gong. Sorry, I am not Lei Gong from the era of the gods. Lei Gong is my lord. Lin Ling explained with a smile. Then how is Lei Gong now? Hearing this, that person frowned and asked. He is very good right now, but he is not with us right now. That's good, that's good. As long as he is not abandoned by the heavenly Tao reincarnation, we will meet again one day, a goddess said. Looking at her eyes, they were actually quietly becoming moist. Lin Ling was secretly speechless. It seemed like Lei Gong was also a playboy back then. After so many years, this girl still remembered him. From now on, you can stay in Emperor Yao's territory. I will take care of you in Lei Gong's place. That goddess said again, looking at Lin Ling, as if she was looking at her own junior. This made Lin Ling feel helpless. He came here with no intention of joining Emperor Yao. Everyone is thinking too much. Lei Gong Lin Ling came here because he found a method to obtain more Tao realm fragments. Today, he is here to demonstrate it. At this time, Duo Wentian laughed and explained the method Lin Ling knew to everyone. Without a doubt, all the intermediate gods were shocked. Killing a red-furred giant crocodile and obtaining 3,000 Tao realm fragments? If this was the truth, then they were really rich. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Chapter 4597. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, Lin Ling slowly walked to the riverbank. Rumble. A deafening rumble resounded as the river water surged like a dragon, overturning rivers and seas. The momentum was so terrifying that any lower god would be drowned in it. The water in this ancient yellow river was clearly stronger than the water around the island. The dense mist formed by the river water's impact allowed Yi Han to see the shape of a dragon and a qilin. Lei Gong Lin Ling, be careful. This is one of the Tao River's tributaries, twice as sharp as the rivers in other places. In the distance, the goddess reminded in a low voice. Her words made treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others laugh secretly. From their previous conversation, they knew that this goddess was called the Yin God Jade Lady. Although she was not as beautiful as the white water goddess, she was still extremely beautiful. This was the first time she met Lin Ling, but she actually took the initiative to show concern for Lin Ling. Lin Ling's luck with women was not bad. Of course, although they laughed, they also knew that the Yin God Jade Lady showed concern for Lin Ling, because she had a good relationship with Lei Gong in the past. What red-haired crocodile? 3,000 Tao realm fragments. What a joke! At this time, a colorful cloud floated over, and on the cloud stood a large group of gods. When they learned of Lin Ling's thoughts, they immediately sneered in disdain. Utter nonsense! A young man in white armor reprimanded him directly. His strength was at the peak of lower god, clearly weaker than the intermediate gods, but he still dared to speak. This meant that his background was not small. White tiger supervising divine monarch. Everyone looked at the young man, frowning slightly. This person had entered the Tao realm 300 years ago, and was the inheritor of the white tiger supervising divine monarch from the age of gods. There was a difference between an inheritor and a reincarnated god. An inheritor could obtain the ancient god's inheritance, but not the memories, because the inheritor and the original owner were two different people. On the other hand, a reincarnated god only needed to recover a portion of his strength and memories. Then he could return to his former glory. However, although the white tiger supervising divine lord was an inheritor, his master was not simple. He was the white tiger giant god, an ancient figure. In Emperor Yao's territory, His status was not low. It was precisely because of this that no one dared to underestimate the White Tiger supervising Soldier Divine Lord, even though he wasn't strong. White Tiger supervising Divine Monarch, they are all acquaintances. They shouldn't be lying to us. Duo Wentian frowned and explained. He was the one who had brought Lin Ling and the rest back. The White Tiger supervising Divine Lord mocked Lin Ling, which was equivalent to embarrassing him. So it's the 24 heavens. Haha, I was too reckless before. However, I still stand by my words. These guys are here to deceive us. The White Tiger supervising Divine Lord smiled. He didn't dare to be too rude to Duo Wentian, but he still stood firm on his position. The Tao realm has existed for so many years, and the ancient gods have already explored most of it. If there is such a secret, when will it be the turn of such a minor god to explore it? Therefore, I'm guessing that this junior is here because of the fame, wanting to become a god under Emperor Yao. He's just using deceit. The White Tiger supervising Divine Lord looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said, "These words angered Treasure God Namwufeng Yu and the rest. What deceit? This guy's words were too harsh. Lord Duo Wentian, I think such a liar should be thrown out." The White Tiger supervising Divine Lord said again. "Found it. Lure that red-furred giant turtle up. If you can kill it, there will be a reward." At this time, Lin Ling's voice came from the riverbank. He had been searching with his soul force, and finally found a red-furred giant beast. However, it wasn't an ancient giant crocodile, but a giant ancient divine turtle. Next, he used his divine essence to draw and pointed in the direction. At this time, all the gods looked at Duo Wentian. In truth, although they knew Lin Ling and the rest, they didn't quite believe Lin Ling's words. After all, if there really was such a secret, the ancient gods would have already investigated it. When would it be Lin Ling's turn? Hehe, you really know how to act. A universe turtle has 3,000 Tao realm fragments? Please at least find a better excuse to cheat. The White Tiger supervising Divine Lord was still in disbelief. He didn't have any enmity with Lin Ling, but he felt that a minor god like Lin Ling wasn't qualified to attract the god's attention. Therefore, he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, and let Lin Ling know that Emperor Yao's territory wasn't all there was to it. They were all fools. Let's go and try. Duo Wentian pondered for a moment and made up his mind. This meant that he still believed in Lin Ling. After all, he was different from the others. He knew that Lin Ling and the rest had chaos divine artifacts, so they weren't simple people. Haha, Duo Wentian, are you kidding me? You really believe it? Sigh. I thought you were the reincarnation of a great god and had seen a lot, but your eyes aren't as clear as mine. The White Tiger supervising Divine Lord obviously didn't expect Duo Wentian to make one mistake after another. Let's try it. Although the others didn't quite believe it, since Duo Wentian had spoken, there was no harm in giving it a try. After all, they wouldn't lose anything. The intermediate gods locked onto the red-furred giant ghost with their powerful divine essence, and forcefully pulled it up to the riverbank. They were powerful, and didn't have to go through as much trouble as Lin Ling and the rest. Rumble! The giant divine turtle was pulled up like a mountain. Its teeth gleamed as it stared at the gods with murderous intent. Kill it! Duo Wentian and Great Brahma took the lead, and attacked the giant divine turtle. The others did the same. They were powerful, and every move they made was worth millions of divine essence. The divine turtle couldn't resist the bombardment at all. As for Lin Ling, as he watched their great battle, he was stunned. This was a true god. The White Tiger Overseer Divine Monarch was laughing and chatting with the person behind him. He said in a mocking tone, "Sigh, Lord Duo Wentian can be considered a reincarnated god. How could he believe the words of a junior? Not only that, he even personally took action. Haha, when he finds out that it's all a farce, after this farce, he'll probably be so embarrassed that he won't have the face to see anyone." Duo Wentian was quite famous among the children of gods and Emperor Yao. If he was embarrassed, the news would spread among the gods, and Duo Wentian would inevitably become a laughingstock. There really is. However, just as the White Tiger supervising Divine Lord finished speaking, Duo Wentian exclaimed, His words caused the side of the Dao River to fall silent. Everyone's jaws dropped. There really is. The white tiger supervising Divine Lord's jaw dropped. You're kidding me. Lord Duo Wentian, is there really such a thing? An old man even rushed to Duo Wentian and asked excitedly. 3,000 Dao realm fragments was no small number. How could they not be excited? Yes, yes, yes. Previously, when the universe turtle died, I kept an eye on the heavenly realm and found that there really were 3,000 Dao realm fragments. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Duo Wentian nodded heavily and almost danced with joy. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.